All right, GM chat, GM. One sec. Whoop. Hey, Tusk, thank you for the 15 months. And yeah, I'm excited about. Very excited. Why do I have a seedling on his disc? Oh, let's see. Just about to get into a call with them. But yeah, we got all kinds of healing things to talk about. Rage hard on. I haven't actually done any keys this week, so we're gonna have to do some a little bit later after the podcast is over. But yeah, we're gonna get started with the podcast in just a minute. I think I'm gonna like turn off my camera and then just like show us talking in Discord and stuff. You know, it'll be good. Yeah, it should be good. I know we're also getting on like really early. I don't know why, like, he asked me what times would be good. I don't know why I scheduled it for this time right now. I somehow thought I was going to be able to, like, go to the gym, get back, and get it all done. That was misguided. Mm-hmm. Oh, I have leech boots. The heck? Oh, there's a lot of watcher things. Oh my god, there's a lot of watchers things. There you go. Hey, thank you, Lemming. I'm pumped for it too, man. Gonna be a shocker talking about a lot of healing. Can I get another piece, like a belt? No, no Mythic track belt. That's right, some professional yapping. Especially after our win just the other day with the Charity Pro-Am, you know. Did we not full clear? God, today's like Sunday, right? No, Monday. Oh yeah, it's the last day of reset. How did we kill all these mythic bosses and I'm not capped on aspect crests, or at least close? Yo, Matt, thank you for the 3 months and the prime. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, and I'm on early too, Sazeki. How you doing? Yep, we're just getting ourselves prepped up and ready to go before it is time. Oh yeah, I should probably just upgrade my gear. So I got leech boots at a raid. this last upgrade. Don't have too many things left. We're almost there. Yeah, we're almost there. Yeah, unfortunately we didn't get a mythic ward at a raid. Did I actually kill every single boss? I'm so confused. Feels like Monday was a dream. Yeah, we full cleared Aberrus. How did I not get capped out aspect crests? Are they increasing the cap already, or? There's some very EU friendly streams. Yeah. I was thinking about starting a little bit earlier, but then it also gets like tougher to push keys, except for weekends. And I guess I have to switch to verse. Oh, I do have a big track helm. All right. Oh, we ready? Let's do it. Let me turn off my camera real quick.
Hey, Jack.
Hey, just a second. Turn off my camera for
No worries,
stream.
Dude. Sorry about that. I had technical issues as well.
No worries.
I'm just setting up overlay as we kind of just shoot the shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for waking up early, dude. I know it's like 9 a.m. I'm guessing you're East Coast, right? Or are you West Coast?
No, I'm in Texas actually.
Ah, right. Okay, cool.
It's Central Time. Yeah. So
Right.
it's 11 a.m. here. It's perfect.
Right. What have you been busy with? Have you been playing like remakes, or what have you been up to?
So I did a bit of remix, and then I like started leveling in Kata, and it was kind of just a lot to keep up with. So I got to like level 82 or 83. I'm kind of taking my time with it, but
So
I don't even know if I want to.
Are you like going hardcore with it, or is it just for fun?
Oh no, just for fun. I thought about it, and there's a few guildies of mine who went from playing retail to being like main in classic now.
Right.
And so I might play with them a little bit, but we'll see. I mean, I think beta's probably going to come out next week, and that'll probably be my focus. Wait, did that go through? Oh, we froze. How you doing, Kat? Some errands. Can't wait to hear the whole episode. Yeah, Nick's staying for the 4 years. I think we froze, so... Let's see. Zoom in a little bit more. Okay. It should be a very fun episode. How you doing, Matt? I have to like turn off my camera. I'll like show both of us in a sec. Once the setup is like stabilized and all. But yeah. Wait, can I like? Oh, I can pop it out. Nice. I was wondering if this is a thing. All right, and then whoop, it me. Yay! And it's only me. Oh god. Okay, well, he'll get back soon, TM, I'm sure. Oh, what was... I meant to look this up. What is the first 0.1%? 0.1%. What is the first of these titles? When did they add these? Tormented Hero, Shadowlands, Dragonflight. Is there also BFA? Or is there like a... Wait, was there a Shadowlands Season 1 title? Tormented Hero was the first one?
Sorry about that, dude. Just getting better routing to the Discord servers. Latency problem. I think we're good. Just give me 1 sec. I'm almost done in the overlays here. I love the displays you have at the back. I see it in all your videos, by the way.
Oh yeah, thanks. So I had these. I think it was maybe the Majora's Mask one and one of the Kingdom Hearts ones that I had maybe like 7 or 8 years ago.
I didn't know you're a Kingdom Hearts guy. Like,
oh yeah,
they're doing a re-release on Steam or something, right?
Oh yeah, I heard about that. I'm stoked because they kept changing platforms for it every single time they came out with a new game in the early days, and I just couldn't get every single system to play it.
100%.
Oh, be sick. Season 2 was the first one? Okay.
Sorry, I'm usually more prepared than this. It's just one of those days.
Oh, no worries. I'm chilling.
Do you normally stream at this time, or?
So usually I stream about like an hour from now.
Right.
So
thanks for waking up early then.
Yeah, like I said, no worries. Usually I'll get up, go to the gym, get some lunch, and then go stream and everything like that. But today's my rest day, so it worked out really well just to knock this out early and then tail it into the stream.
Oh, all right. I'm just doing a sound test here, so we can just say something and then we can get started, I guess.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, yesterday we had the Raider IO like charity pro-am, and so
oh yeah, dude, I saw your tweet. Congrats.
Thanks. Yeah, so we were busy working on that. I got a stacked team though. I had Max and Trill on my team, so it made it really easy.
Very awesome. Funny story. I actually met Max for dinner like last week, and it was totally unexpected. I wasn't looking to meet him, but he was just in town, and like everyone just hung out, so it's kind of nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, your team was stacked for sure.
Yeah, how long did you
sound on your site?
Yeah, how long did you spend visiting the States? You're in Singapore,
I was
right?
in LA for a week. Yeah, I'm based in Singapore, so I was in LA for like a week. And it's mostly to just kind of meet friends and whatnot. I make like a yearly trip to the US. But I didn't expect to meet Max. It's just really to meet like some of the 14 creators that I'm close to. But Max happened to be hanging out at the Liquid campus. So I got to see like the Race to World first stuff, which was kind of cool because like that's something I've never experienced. Yeah. Anyway, the sound test is good. And I'm just making sure you're in the center of the frame. One last check here. And then we're good to go. Is there anything to do in Texas, by the way?
Anything to do?
To Texas.
Yeah, like I live in Austin, and so like the river, the Colorado River kind of like cuts through the city, basically.
Right.
So there's a lot of like paddleboarding, kayaking, just things to do on the water, boating. And overall it's like pretty flat, and we have some like hill country and like wine country and everything like that in like the south side.
Nice.
And yeah, there's just like a lot of creators and stuff here too. Cool.
Yeah, I heard a lot of creators are moving to Austin, to Texas, because I guess like it's kind of a economical place to run the business. Yeah. But that's boring stuff. Let's get into the real stuff. All right. I do a kind of a quick intro to the start of the show, and I'll turn it over to you, and you can kind of introduce yourself. Sound good?
Sounds great.
Right, okay, cool. So welcome to the podcast. We have AutomaticJak today. I've actually watched your content for a very long time before I even started making YouTube videos myself. Because I started playing a priest. That was my first class ever in WoW. And that's how I got to know you, dude. So it's actually been a long time viewer for me. So it's great to have you on the show. But I don't want to steal your thunder. Why don't I turn it over to you? Obviously, you're a famous face in the WoW community, but maybe talk a bit about your accolades and what have you been up to in the WoW community.
Sure, that's awesome to hear. So I'm Jack. I've been a Wowhead guide writer since Warlords of Draenor. I've gotten cutting edge for every cutting edge for the last 10 years, going back to Siege of Orgrimmar. I've gotten all of the M+ titles. I've pushed M+ since the beginning, since the early days. I've casted MDIs and was one of the founding members for the MDI team. I cast the Race to World first, and I make videos, stream on Twitch, and do it all.
Yep, that's a great intro, and there's a lot to go off that already. We'll start with the easy stuff first.
Sure.
And then we'll go into the deeper end. So how did you even get started? Or rather, like, what brought you into like content creation for the healing community? Because like I said, when I started playing a priest back in the days, you were one of the first few videos that I stumbled on. And what got you into this space? Healing and content creation?
Really just by accident, honestly. It was like beginning or middle of like Warlords of Draenor, and the guild that I was in at the time had needed me basically to, well, it was the right place at the right time. I was originally playing a rogue in Mist of Pandaria, and that's where I got my first cutting edge. And once that tier was over, I really, really wanted to reroll Priest because I made one on like the PTR one time and I tested out Halo, Cascade, and like all these really powerful abilities. And I just begged them to let me reroll for Warlords of Draenor. And so in the process of playing, both Disc and Holy, they both got a bunch of changes going into WoD. And I really just stuck to playing Holy all the time. And at one point, I was just kind of streaming for fun and streaming, alpha, beta content, just so that my guildies could watch our like raid testing. And then people were saying, hey, like, why don't you make Holy Priest guides? Because nobody is really making content about this. So I made my first Holy Priest guide somewhere around 9 or 10 years ago, posting it on my guild's forums. Back when everybody was using like the engine forums and everything like that. And one of my buddies posted it on Reddit, and it got a whole bunch of like appeal, and a lot of people liked it. And so I was like, well, cool. Why don't I just continue on doing this kind of thing?
Right, that's very cool. And it's the next question is a lead into kind of what you mentioned, because you started off playing a priest.
Yeah.
Has there ever been any time? Well, I guess there's sometimes I see you playing other classes, but that has always been your main. Is there something about the priest class that, like both discipline and holy, that really just sucks you in for the long term?
Yeah, like I said, it started with seeing like Halo, Cascade, and like back in the day in MOP, the 90 talents was Halo, Cascade, and Divine Star. And they were all really, really powerful abilities. And they felt like really significant when you used them. Having grip felt amazing. So I've had times like in BFA, I was like mostly maining Mistweaver for Mythic Plus. In season 3, I was mostly playing my Paladin for like pushing up score and IO and stuff. Or I guess it was season 2, excuse me. And so for different periods, I've had like a streak of playing lots of Paladin, a streak of playing lots of Monk. But Priest has always kind of come back to me as what I've enjoyed playing the most in raids, and at least one of those specs being really competitive. And just I don't know, like I said, there's always like one of the specs that's super fun to me that I always really enjoy playing. And sometimes both of them are really, really fun to be able to play.
Right. Okay, great. Those are great warm-up questions. Let's dive into the deeper end now.
All right.
So, you mentioned something about swapping to other specs every now and then. Obviously, the meta fluctuates. I think one of the top questions that people always have for, I guess, the top healers in M+ is like how important it is to play the meta healer spec. Like, would it make or break your push for title if you don't? What's your take on this? You've been around for a really long time, so you've seen a lot of metas.
Yeah, and the biggest thing is the newer that you are to like pushing high keys, the more important it is to be playing what is meta. Because if people don't know you or know how good you are, then people kind of play with like the law of averages. People will say, okay, I've seen multiple different resto druids, let's say, at like 3,300 rating or 3,400 rating, and they're like about this good, and everyone has like their internal benchmark. And then I've seen the average, priest or off meta or shaman or whatever, right? And they're about this good. So on average, this druid's going to be better. And that's a lot of times what people who are making the groups are opting for. And so if people don't know you to begin with, then yeah, it's going to be really important to go play that meta. I think once you get more known and the more that you're networking, the more people are able to kind of count on you to communicate, align stops, micromanage other people's defensives as a healer, then you get a little bit more leeway. But I mean, I've had, like I said, those streaks where I was playing Paladin or Mistweaver, and sometimes it was because Priest was not that good, but other times it was because it was just hard to get invites as a Priest based on whatever the meta was. And it was so much easier to get your foot in the door with your friends when you were actually playing the meta.
Right. Let me put you on the spot a little, right? And I just want to understand, like, how would you quantify, let's say, the gap between a meta healer, let's say right now in season 4, like Resto Druid's the Rage, and let's say for some reason you decide to stick to a Holy Priest. How much of a key level disadvantage are we talking about? Is it like 2 levels, 3 levels? Like, what would you say is the difference here?
So it depends season by season, but I would say right now it's like 1 or 2 key levels. I would say back in BFA, it was like 3, 4, 5 key levels because most of BFA, like Shaman and Holy Priest, were in like terrible position for healing most of those keys. You had a lot of really like brutal healing checks.
So, sorry, I'm going to go off tangent here because you mentioned shamans.
Yeah.
What is it with Blizzard? Why do they hate shaman healers? Like, I don't know. Like, what's it with like shaman healers right now?
So one of the top guide writers and theory crafters for Shaman is Thune. And so last BlizzCon, we're probably not getting another one. So Thune ended up spilling some drinks on, some person he didn't know, unfortunately. And then he fell and then he dented this guy's Tesla, just didn't know who it was. And that guy is in charge of shamans. And that guy just hates Thune.
Yeesh, okay. That makes more sense now because the patch notes for shamans makes absolutely zero sense all the time. So
Yep.
that's that. But
Yep.
speaking about the meta, something I wanted to pick your brains on is also a lot of people have said like the Dragonflight expansion has not been kind to healers. There's a healer shortage essentially. Kind of put it into context for us. Like, what's your take? Is it really that bad? Is this one of the worst expansions for healers, and why?
It is. It's probably up there, yeah. So the problem is, for a long time, Blizzard didn't really balance healing around raids and Mythic Plus. They would kind of say, well, a lot of times in the past, 15s was like the cap for like gear rewards, and like this was like what they balanced around. They're like, oh, as long as everybody can do 10s or 15s or whatever it was, that was fine. But there really weren't like brutal healing checks, and so they didn't really try to balance too heavily. And so you got what I was talking about before: 3, 4, 5 key level difference between a Holy Priest and a Shaman in BFA and the meta healer in whatever season, Druid or Paladin. And now that they've tried to like balance those things out, and they've been trying to give so much power to everybody with the Dragonflight talents, you get a situation where every like DPS player has all of this survivability. All these healers are able to push up health pools really quickly. And as a result, you also have some dungeons that are not really having that brutal like healer checks. And so you're either dying to like one shots or kicks going through or something along those lines. And there's not really like breathing room with the way that the game is accelerated with all this power. They say, hey, you could push up health pools super fast, but to challenge you, we're making all the damage insanely bursty. And so you have to like be preempting all of this damage in a world where we don't really give out absorbs anymore, or not like heavy absorbs. We don't really give out the extra effective health to be able to mitigate some of this the way we had in like the crazy spike burst meta that late Mist of Pandaria had. And so you have these healers that are getting like blamed for deaths for kicks going through that they can't heal through, or you're having people not using their survivability tools on like a 10 and still getting one shot. And so it's really a matter of like public perception gets warped, because if the mobs don't have that much HP, then damage dealers feel like they're killing off all the monsters. They're doing their job. But then when people are just dying to stuff, they say, well, that's the healer's job to keep us alive. I'm killing the monsters. I'm doing the right thing. And so you end up chesting these dungeons with like 15, 20 deaths. And you're like, well, the damage dealers did their job because they killed the monsters. But then the healer doesn't have too much agency over people's survivability. Growl, Yummy TV, made an excellent point when he was watching one of my videos, and he mentioned how he doesn't really have those moments anymore where it feels like a healer can really make up for a group's mistakes and save lives. You kind of just get to a point way too early. Like, I know it's infinite scaling content, eventually you get to one-shot land, but it happens really early and it affects most of the player base now, that people are just getting destroyed by one-shots. Healers feel like they have a lack of agency in actually keeping people alive, and they get blamed for all the failures anyway. So, like, yeah,
Right.
I totally get why people wouldn't want to play healing.
Right. And is that something that, and we're jumping around a little, but like in the War Within, obviously this is a fresh slate for Blizzard again. And a lot of people say Dragonflight is kind of like the healing expansion, is for Blizzard to get back to basics. But if you had a magic wand and you can do whatever you want with the state of healing in the War Within, and I know you put out a great video on this, but what are some of the top things that you would look at in the War Within for healing?
There's a bunch of different factors that are all kind of like coming together to make this like tempest of bad healing environment. So one of the things they could do is really prune down a lot of the Dragonflight trees. So they originally intended for these Dragonflight trees to be kind of like the Cata trees, or kind of like the old classic trees where there's lots of choices and there's options. There's just so many talent nodes really going on. And a lot of them get filled by like, here's 5% healing to this ability. Here's, 2% DR to that ability. And it sort of compiles into people are able to get all of these defensives that they used to not be able to get. You were having like monks getting diffuse and dampen instead of one or the other. So the first thing is trimming a lot of defensives across the board so that you're not having specs with 3, 4, 5 different defensive abilities on hand at their disposal. Another thing they could do is they could actually split a little bit of the healing between raids and M+. When you are the only healer in a dungeon environment, you do need to push up health pools quickly. And when you're in a raid with 3 or 4 other healers, you need to push up health pools a little bit more slowly. So I'd really like to see them kind of do what they did with Discipline, where Atonement naturally does like 60 or 70% more healing in a 5-man environment, and kind of apply that to all of the healers in general, so that healing is very slow and it takes a lot of time to top somebody in a raid environment. And then it's a bit faster in a dungeon environment, but still slower than what we have today, where health pools are just yo-yoing like crazy. Because
Right.
when health pools are yo-yoing like that, if a healer can push up health pools fast, then Blizzard accelerates the damage to make it so you have to do that in order to keep people alive.
Right. So those are great points, and we will circle back to like the war within stuff towards the end of the interview. But I kind of want to go off some of the answers that you kind of gave already. You mentioned that healers aren't in a great spot. It doesn't feel great to be healing right now. You get blamed for a lot of stuff. But I think there are also still people out there who are interested in healing, really, because the new expansion is rolling around, and maybe their guild needs them to reroll a healer, like basically like what you did back in the days. But there's this, like you said, there's this obstacle of like, oh shit, do I really want to get into this?
Yeah.
What kind of advice would you give people who are trying to dip their toes into healing? Let's start with Mythic Plus first. Like, and that's where there's only one healer in the group, so the responsibility is on you. What kind of advice would you give new healers here?
I think the biggest thing is that if you're somebody who wants to really min max or go for like a 0.1% title or go for all your portals and get them, easy, a lot of it kind of comes down to networking and
Mm.
being able to, build up your relationship with other people, tanks in particular. So the first thing I would say is when you're pugging, make sure that you're friending like the best person in each group when you're playing and trying to go the extra mile to communicate. There's so
Mm.
many times I played for 2 years on EU back in BFA, and then most of my time has been on NA. So over the 8-9 years of M plus, it's staggering how many times you'll have a successful run, and then people will just all leave and not actually communicate or say anything along the way. So finding the best person in the group, friending them, adding them along the way, really not worrying at all about healer damage until you get to that like 0.1% title push range. There's a
Mm.
lot of times with these dungeons where, extra 5 or 10% damage to the group helps for sure. But if you're doing it at the cost of healing, if you're running like damage trinkets or something along those lines, or damage talents instead of healing oriented talents, and you're losing damage dealers, well, that's going to slow you down a lot more than you just adding a little bit of extra damage. And also,
Right.
like I said, people are going to really enjoy playing with you if you keep them alive through all their mistakes.
Right. And I think one of the things that is very distinct about, I think, your content is, and I've seen you do this on stream. You basically do a key, and you're always kind of like a very positive force in the group. Kind of walk us through that mentality or the mental game. So you've gotten all the M plus titles, and surely sometimes it could be tough. What kind of mental game do you need to develop in order to be that kind of a title pusher? Because, like you said, there's a lot that rests on the healer's shoulders, and you get blamed often, right? So what about the mental game aspect? What do you need to think about there?
I think personally, it's making sure that you're not getting too down on yourself for deaths. I think there's a lot of times where DPS players think that healers don't care if you like they live or die, and they're like, that we're laughing at them when they die or something along those lines. And I'd say a lot of great players do take it personally when we lose somebody because we want to make
Mm.
sure everyone's alive. But it's also tough to not take it too personally that it's tilting your play in the middle of a key. So I think it's kind of understanding that you always want to save people, but you can't save everyone sometimes. And being able to be a good critic always helps a lot in learning at what you can improve. And then being being able to fill in the role that's sort of needed to make everyone around you better is always really important, especially when tanks are usually shot callers. Sometimes you need somebody to say, hey, we're fine. Hey, this is okay. Hey, what about this thing? When they often are really focused on what's exactly in front of them. As a
Mm.
healer, if you can look ahead, if you can start, resolving problems before they occur, you're going to have so much easier of a time and just sort of like prove your value to a team.
Mm. So, quick question. You mentioned a lot about like looking ahead and communication in that sense. Um, kind of run us through, like in a group that maybe just got off the ground, right? You are a healer, you just met a tank, and you guys vibe. What are some of the key things you look out for, like in terms of communication? Like, what should a healer communicate? A good healer, what should a good healer communicate to the rest of the party when it comes to pushing keys?
Especially early on, the more that you're able to sort of like babysit defensives or kind of just even making like the general call of like, hey, use personals here, and I'm going to use, a lesser healing cooldown, or I'm just going to try to muscle heal with my regular rotational abilities. Being able to call out those dangerous moments, be able to like make up for areas where people are possibly like stressed. Those things I think are always really important for a team.
Right.
And then making sure that you're really aligned on like your goals, like what is going to be the end goal or what's our expectation. Because I've had a lot of groups over the years where the tank and I vibed, but we would have different expectations for what we wanted long term in the season. And so, one person would kind of bring their best friend and they say, okay, well, we chest the dungeon or we don't, and it's whatever, we're just going to vibe. And then other people are saying, well, we want to compete, or, I competed in TGP one time, and it's always really interesting when people are like, I want to practice a lot, I want to play a lot, and other people are saying, we're just going to see how we do, right? And
Right.
those always cause all kinds of frustrations in a group dynamic.
Right. And I love exactly what you said there. This thing about the misalignment of expectations, because I've also seen this kind of blow up in different ways, and groups disband because of that. But that also means that, as you're trying to find a team to play with, you have to go through this gauntlet of maybe trialing with different teams, getting benched, getting replaced by, some friends that you thought you were down to hang with, but, they found someone else where you were out. And it's never easy being replaced, right? What kind of advice do you have for that? Because I think it's very common in M+, especially like we are trying to push for title. The pool is only that big, that many players, especially in season 4, it's kind of a lull right now. The pool is tiny, right? So sometimes you just lose your spot. And on those days, like what do you tell people like that? Yeah, like how do you go about kind of finding your feet again?
I think the biggest thing is that sometimes it's personal and sometimes it's not personal. Uh, like you mentioned, with making sure people are sort of aligned on expectations, you don't have like an obligation where you need to be playing with somebody. So sometimes there's moments where in Shadowlands Season 4, we were playing with a Havoc Demon Hunter, and Havoc Demon Hunter was not good in Shadowlands Season 4. And so there were times where we were doing a lot of really high keys, but we were definitely one key level, sometimes two key levels below. And so what we kind of did is we made sure our buddy got his title, and then we just started kind of pushing up with like another mage or something like that. I forget which spec that we had replacing him. But sometimes it was like, well, hey, this isn't personal, but we could just literally look at these trash packs and see they're dying 20 seconds slower, 30 seconds slower. And our goals are to be playing, at this level. And if you're not
Right.
playing the meta with everybody in the group that's playing the meta, then, we kind of have a problem.
Right.
And sometimes, honestly, it is personal. I haven't gotten benched for like a key group, but I've definitely gotten benched over the years for rating because I just wasn't performing up to snuff. I think that happened in like Legion, for example, where like I was dying, I was making mistakes, and I wasn't being my own best critic. And those are areas where you got to dig down and look inside as to what mistakes you're making, what you have control over, and how you're able to sort of adjust your performance. Because again, having that set expectation for how you want to play or what you want to do, even if you're in a group that is not going to be as competitive at that time, you have to have that like standard for yourself as a competitive player for where you eventually want to be.
Right. I love the fact that you kind of brought up your own experience where, even you had to go through this gauntlet of finding the right team. And you mentioned being your own critic, right? Like being critical about your own performance. What's the best way you can kind of relook at your performance throughout, let's say, a key or a raid and say, that dev was on me, that dev wasn't on me? What's your trick? Anything you can share over here?
So that's originally why I got into streaming, was to like, show my guildies, like when the VODs and everything from raid testing, but also to look at my own performance, because I was never great at looking at logs and being able to analyze all of these things. And I always felt it was a lot easier just to watch what I was doing and then be able to understand, what mistakes I was making. So definitely recording your own gameplay, especially when it comes to an M+ environment. And then the more that you're able to really understand death logs, the death note in details or the death note add-on are both really, really good to understand what mechanics are killing people. But also doing enough research to look at you know, what other streamers and content creators are using with like add-ons, weak auras to see how they're predicting damage. There's a lot of times where, you know, if you are having like the targeted spells weak aura and you can see on your frame that somebody's being targeted by an ability, well, you might have the Destroyer and Ruby Life Pools with its unavoidable cast going off, and somebody's going to get a bolt to the face right before. Well, sometimes you can actually save that person if you're casting a huge single target heal on them right before the AoE goes off. But if you're not studying and you're not looking at what other healers are using to be able to preempt damage, then you're doing yourself a disservice.
I love the fact you brought up kind of like the advantage of having a good UI and weak aura.
Or a
And I
plater pack from Quasi.
thank you. Too kind, too kind, too kind. But you know, something that was interesting to me was, I think a lot of content creators have been talking about this recently. Private auras coming into Mythic Plus in the War Within. I don't know how you feel about it. I won't color you with my own opinion, but I would love to hear what you think about that.
Most of the private auras, I think Dratnos did like a tier list of like mechanics where it was like, here's where private auras like helped, and then here's where private auras like did nothing or made things worse. And that's really a lot of like the issue with it, is that there's a number of mechanics that are designed where it just made things worse in the equation, particularly things like the Smolderon orbs, where, you know, I was talking to some of the raiders on Liquid during the Race to World First, and they were talking about it, and they said, oh, well, us hitting a weak aura in the middle of hitting our buttons is not really a hindrance to us, but it's a really massive hindrance, and it's a really big pain for a lot of other guilds that come later on. And so you're not doing anything to stop elite raiders, and you're just hindering the people that are coming on later on. So what the heck is the point to it? I think it's really noticeable playing on like alpha right now, where people are used to having their add-ons and used to having their weak auras to help them stopping, you know, mechanics and figuring out mechanics. And it's like striking to me that they're, instead of simplifying the game and also kind of like culling down add-ons or something like that, they're escalating these things and increasing the need for add-ons and increasing the need for specialized weak auras, because people are able to find ways around these extra complicated mechanics.
Right. I love to pick your brains on this though. Like, a lot of people have been debating about this philosophy in the long run, right? Which is add-ons really healthy for the game? And I think there's an argument that it's too kind of entrenched in our community already to change. But in an ideal world, if you can kind of reboot everything, would you have wanted add-ons to not be that powerful? What's your philosophy towards, from a healer's perspective? Is it fun having all these add-ons and weak auras?
I think it really like highlights how bloated the game is, than how difficult it is to be able to understand like what's happening. So I did a series where I was playing Druid with no add-ons except for like details, right?
I saw that. That was cool.
Yeah, and I really heavily noticed that I just can't predict where bolts are going onto people. I can using default frames, I can like barely see poisons and diseases on my frames and like figure out where they're coming from. It'd be something where I'd be fine if they got rid of most of like the powerful like weak auras add-ons, like performance enhancing like add-ons, basically, not things that are for accessibility. I'd be fine if they remove those, but then they'd also have to make the game not require like 50 kicks, stops, CCs, and all these other things to be able to survive and do high keys and do dungeons and competitive content. So I don't really know if they could do it, but I definitely think from explaining the game to new players and trying to get new blood into sort of like the competitive scene that we both enjoy, it's exhausting to be able to like think about the massive amount of like learning curve that's out there.
Right, 100%. Well said. And that was a tangent that we took on add-ons a week or so. Coming back to the Mythic Plus kind of realm, I picked up on what you mentioned earlier about how there's a difference between, like you mentioned, healer damage, the importance of it at, let's say, your weekly key level with your viewers, or at the very top end where you're trying to push for title. But before we talk about damage, let's talk about healing first. Doing a weekly key with your viewers on stream versus pushing for title where a single death might mean the end of the key. How is your mentality different? How do you prep for the key differently as a healer?
I think at that lower key level, you do have a lot of opportunity to heal through damage. It is just it's like a much tighter window, basically. Because at like a title level key, if casts go through, people are just dead. And you don't have as much agency. But at the lower key level, you do have that capability, but you also have to be like watching for it and sort of like waiting for it to be able to have that difference. And I think that's really because of how much the game is like accelerated. That
Mm.
you don't really have time to react to things. You have to be like prepped and like waiting and expecting this sort of damage to go through. So I'd say on like a lower key level, I'm not really worried about my damage whatsoever. I want to make sure everybody is just surviving and getting through it. That was a lot of the mentality I had in like the Raider IO tournament that we just had for the charity pro-am was long as we just keep everybody alive, we're going to chest this dungeon, not have too many deaths, and we're going to be okay.
Right. And that's on the healing side. And the thing that you mentioned that I thought was interesting was your healer damage starts becoming important in the higher and higher keys. We start pushing for title. When do you make that judgment call between another GCD on damage versus healing? Like, what goes through your mind in those situations?
A lot of times it's the trash pulls you're doing, and it's avoidable versus unavoidable damage. If you're pulling every trash mob in like Veximus's room and his like inner circle, well, you can't really heal through surges at like really high keys if those casts go through. So I might as well just mash every damage button in the book and make the pull go 3 seconds faster, 5 seconds faster, because that actually could be the difference between somebody living and dying. But when you're going and fighting the destroyers and ruby life pools around the room, being able to keep everybody as topped as possible is really significant, because if one bolt goes through, they might get knocked to like 5 or 10% health if they're full HP. And that could be all the difference in the world between using a battle res, not using a battle res.
Mm. I love the idea that you mentioned about the fact that if you're healing Veximus in all the 3 packs, there's nothing you can do. You might as well do more damage. I love the analogy there. And speaking about that, when it comes to Mythic Plus, just to backtrack a little, you mentioned a lot about if you're doing title key pushes, playing the meta healer might help if you're really new and you don't have a network of friends and whatnot. But then another question is, how do you then prepare for the season ahead? How do you know what's meta, what's not? Other than leveling all the healers, what's the kind of prep work you normally do going into new seasons as a healer?
Oh, you just watch my tier list. It's easy.
Yeah. True. Yep, for sure. We will link your channel in the description and people will find that for sure. But how do you determine your own tier list in the first place?
Yeah. I think a big part of it is looking at which like tanks and DPS are really strong in the season. So usually healers are the ones sort of like filling in the blanks. Nobody can do what Vengeance Demon Hunter does right now in terms of like stops. And so if Vengeance Demon Hunter is filling that niche, well, okay, so what are the damage dealers that are also sort of filling that in? Paladin has obviously immense amounts of utility, but there's 2 big factors for which healer is going to be the meta. It's their output, and it's going to be like their side utility. And so Paladin right now is lacking a lot of output, both in damage and in healing. And so it pushes it way down in terms of its representation. But when Mistweaver in Season 3 had just crazy, crazy output, even though the physical vulnerability wasn't that good in all these caster comps we were seeing of like, mages, shadow priests, Vengeance Demon Hunters, whatever, even Mistweavers could just heal through everything. And so that slight lack of utility is made up for in output. So it's looking for like what's the best combination of output and utility for what the damage dealers want to run and what the tank wants to run. And the healer is the one that kind of just rounds out the group and fills in whatever's needed. So with Boomy and Feral being, kind of mid, Boomy's pretty good, but not as good as like Shadow Priest or Warlock, Mage, etc. Then having Resto Druid coming in to bring the versatility buff, bring excellent damage, bring a kick if they absolutely needed to, makes it make a lot more sense, especially when Mistweaver's output is good, but not as good as Season 3.
Right. I love the fact that you brought up the fact that you need a druid for the buff. And this is also another hot topic in terms of like comps, like raid buffs. Where do you sit on the fence regarding raid buffs in WoW? Are they too overpowered? Are they okay? Is it good for class diversity? What do you think about it?
I think it's like forced class diversity, and I get it when you want to make sure everybody is represented, and especially with Race to World First, where you don't want to like have the RWF teams running 4 mages or something like that, like it's Nyalotha all over again. Sure, I get it, but I wish we would go back to like Mista Pandaria level buffs, where there was some homogenization with them. So Priests brought stamina, and they still do, but Shamans actually had like a natural stamina buff that they brought as well, just by like showing up to the raid. Paladins and Druids both both brought kings, for example, but paladins could bring kings or might. So things like that, where there's more homogenizations that you could have this or that. You could have like hunters bringing in a pet, so they could bring in a buff to the table. I'd love it if we had things like scrolls returning as well, because yeah, it's just, for one, it's really annoying for M plus comps because it's like the core buffs that are all really good that are sort of stacked into an Exodia comp. But then also from like a casual player perspective, sometimes you just want to run with your buddies and everybody's playing like Devastation Evokers and Rogues. And you just don't really have a good buff makeup for your team that, will make your weekly 10 or something like that much more aggravating to play around.
Right. And speaking about kind of really good buffs and whatnot, Augmentation Evoker, also another hot topic.
Yeah.
Is there a real fix to this problem other than gutting this entire spec? Like, what do you think?
God, I just wish they would delete it. I mean, okay, first off, they had all these cinematics for Evokers where they're wielding like halberds and like melee weapons. And then the whole expansion is just them being casters. But I really just can't stand AUG. Obviously, there's fantastic AUG players, but I feel like this spec, more than any other in a pug environment, you just are flipping a coin in terms of that person's performance. You just don't really know how well they're going to do. And a lot of M plus is really, oh, if we chested the dungeon, then we did the right thing and we receive IO. And so I feel like it really is just a very net negative for the game in general, because it's really murky to see how good somebody's performance is with it. It's not as like well tracked. And because most of the real like utility and benefit of it is survivability to the team. And so they start kind of like pushing and tuning dungeons with the expectation that you're bringing an AUG that's bringing, the extra stamina bonus. It's bringing Zephyr. It's bringing the DRs. It has its absorbs with rescue it can use on people in clutch moments. There's just too much survivability rolled into the spec rather than it being a focus on just increasing other people's damage along the way.
Fair point. That's a hairy problem for Blizzard to solve. It's above our pay grades.
Yeah. I mean, if they just are removing the extra survivability element, I think it would be fine. But right now, it's just like way too much.
Right. That's an interesting point. I also picked out on something in your answer. You mentioned a bit about how a lot of the ways people judge whether something went well in the run is, oh, did we chest it? Oh, we chested, great.
Yeah.
We get score. Now, you mentioned about score, and I want to home in on that because I think for people in the Mythic Plus scene, especially people who just start, like chasing score is a big thing. And, you have gotten all the M Plus titles every season. How much of chasing score weighs on your mind? Or are you at a point where you've done this so many seasons now, you're kind of chill about it? Like, what's your mentality? And yeah, is it unhealthy to always be chasing score, only doing keys for score?
Yeah, a lot of this expansion in particular, I've kind of hit those points where I didn't have as consistent of a team. And so on the one hand, I was like continuously chasing score and then like feeling bad that I was like falling behind. And then there are those moments where like if I'm like pugging a lot or trying to like join different teams or trying to like force a team to be able to like come together, that it was definitely feeling really bad. So I would say at this point, my goal is always to get title every single season. And I'd like to have like the most competitive team I could get to like play every single day or play almost every day for 4 to 6 hours or something like that. But if the time's not aligning and not working on it, like last season, I basically qualified for title like the last second. And I was like, all right, let me grind this out in a week or two, hit up everybody, make sure I get it. This season, I'm pretty much going for, let me just get title. I'll be happy. I'm not worrying about being ultra competitive with it. As much as I would really like to have that sort of team, it definitely feels really unhealthy when every single day is like the quest for IO and like that's all that matters. And then when you don't receive it, it feels like you're wasting your time. And that's, for as many years as I play the game, it feels really bad. And then having to reset your expectations to, get what is more realistic, I guess, feels just a lot better.
Right. And my next question is in very similar veins to what you just described. It's around the idea of, you didn't get score and it feels like you wasted your time. And often that kind of, it can rock the boat in a team, right? And there are nights where it just shit just doesn't go right. What's your take on nights like that? How do you maybe diffuse the tension or manage the egos in the team? Like, what's your philosophy on this? And I'm asking you because generally you seem like, you're really wholesome in terms of helping the community. So I wanted your thoughts on how you see this conundrum, this problem. Yeah.
So one of the reasons I like healing is I like fixing problems, and sometimes it's not always the best thing to kind of like jump into the
Right.
arguments or jump into the fights. I think there's clips of me on like Jailer trying to break up a fight between two people that almost killed our guild at one point. But I'm always somebody who wants to like fix problems. I'm always somebody who wants to fix those things. And so there's times where, like in the past with M plus teams, I've tried to be the mediator and try to, get everybody on the same page and try to get everybody to calm down. Um, and there's mixed results. I think finding like what people have as like their primary like focus, and again aligning everybody's expectations is always super important. But you also have to realize that some people are just not as good at taking feedback, and you have to really adjust around those expectations from people and like the little like nuances. And so finding, okay, well, if somebody's really bad at communicating when they're doing their kick, maybe somebody else calling their kick for them is going to be able to help. Okay, this person's really struggling to be able to use their defensives. How can I, lessen some of the burden for them and start shot calling some of their defensives for them? And
Right.
so as a healer, you have a little bit more ambiguous of a role when it comes to like shot calling and how you communicate. And so while you already do take on a lot of issues with affixes and preempting damage and adding damage yourself, sometimes adding that extra like responsibility with communicating with the team and breaking up problems or finding out those days where it's like, hey, it's much better for us to just take a break and not play rather than run down all our keys and have to spend an
Yep.
entire day or two doing homework keys so we can try again. Sometimes it's a lot better.
Mm. And you talked a lot about, by the way, I love the reference because it's almost stereotypical that a healer wants to help and solve problems
Yeah.
and be the mediator. I thought that was great. But, sometimes you can do all you can to help someone improve, but sometimes it just feels like there's a ceiling. And
Yeah.
um, what advice would you give people who are maybe they're desperate to play for a higher rank guild in raids, or they want to push for title, but they kind of feel like their group is holding them back? Like, at what point should you make the call to say, there's only so much I can do to help someone improve? I'm done. I want to move on. How do you make calls like that?
I think the biggest thing is being like really clear up front as to like what your goals are. We've had people who've joined my guild Incarnate, were like World 40 or World 50, and they've been like very clear that like, hey, my goal is to eventually play for a World First guild. And two of them that come to mind completed the raid tier with us, and then they applied to like the higher ranked guilds. And I was like, hey, like this is great. You finished, your obligation, your commitment to us. Like, best of luck to you. This is, you did your job. You didn't screw up our prog. Great. For keys, I think it's like a lot murkier because
Right.
it's tough to have these like benchmarks of like this person's that good. If you're playing with a team and everyone's the same IO and you're trying to get into some higher group or something, a lot of it kind of comes down to like networking, trust, how much
Mm.
somebody likes somebody else. It's much more of like a social game for M plus. Whereas for raids, you have 20 something people in there, and you can say, this is my benchmark for like my performance. This is why you should add me to your team. So I think
Right.
that's a lot tougher. And that's where there's more of like the drama with this person not playing with this person anymore. And like this team blew up or something along those lines. And I'd say 9 times out of 10, though, it's kind of just business. You
Mm.
find people that you don't really vibe with, or, like you said, one person thinks that they're going to chase more IO with this other person and it's all going to work out. And that's where some of the like drama sort of unfolds. So you have
Right.
to like stay true to what your intentions and your goals are, and not try to uh, save other people or like drag them along with you.
Right. And you've given a lot of great advice about Mythic Plus. Kind of want to shift gears here a little and talk about raiding, because I think it's almost a different kind of environment as a healer in a raid, because you're not the only one. And you raid at quite a high level, as you mentioned, for your guild. Over the years, what are some of the important things? Like, if you were to give advice to someone saying that, hey, I'm just a regular CE raider, and I kind of want to start going into like top US 50 guild kind of like area. Is there any big differences between the healers you see in that kind of bracket versus the general, mainstream healers?
Yeah. At like an average CE level, you want to make sure somebody has like a decent enough understanding of like their own spec to be like a high performer. But if you want to make that extra jump, unfortunately, healing is like a zero sum game, so healing parses are often quite a bit of a meme. But what you need to
Mm.
be able to do is like prove that you can blast HPS to get into those higher level guilds. And then when you're getting to around that Hall of Fame level, you need to not only be able to blast, but also to be able to take on the unfortunate duties that might come with playing with a healing team. For
Right.
example, a lot of times throughout rating history, in the 10 years or so I've been CE rating, Disc Priest kind of gets that main character syndrome where they get the most optimal timings and they get to blast HPS and other people sort of fill in the gaps.
Mm.
And those gaps will be, oh, hey, the Disc Priest doesn't have a ramp here. So instead, we're going to stack like 2 raid cooldowns on top of each other just to make sure it's going to be totally safe.
Mm.
And neither of those raid cooldowns is going to get 100% effectiveness. So your parse won't look that good, but you're still filling in a really vital role to the team. And so
Mm.
that's kind of the understanding when you get to that higher level is, yeah, you need to be able to blast, but you also need to be able to coordinate and not compete against your other healers as your progression rating.
Right.
Another big thing is, reducing your own damage taken, reducing your own deaths. All of those things make a really big difference in just, raid quality, really. I can't tell you how many
Right.
times we just wiped on Tindril because somebody died in phase one and we want those battle reses for later on. So there's a lot of like concrete metric or like performance metrics that you look for in raids
Right.
that are, a little murkier in keys.
Right. And you mentioned, healing's a zero sum game. For DPS who's doing his first trial is clear, just blast, right? Just put big numbers.
Yeah.
What advice would you give someone who, let's say, is trialing with your guild for the first time? He's in the healer spot, he's feeling nervous, going to his first trial. What does a healer think about on his first trial? Because, like you said, it's a zero sum game.
Just don't die. Honestly, just like don't die. I think the biggest thing is really survivability that I see with new trials all the time. When I rated in Imperative, we finished as high as like World 13th. I rated with Future and a bunch of former and eventual Echo Raiders, Method Raiders. Like the biggest thing is just surviving because you're going to wipe. Like if you're joining a team for the first time in progression, you're going to wipe to mechanics, like just naturally. So it's okay if somebody like bleeds out and dies in the first couple of pulls because you were just trying to live. One mistake Disc Priests in particular are really infamous for making is they're trying to perfect their ramp on the first couple pulls, which can be really difficult, and then they end up feeding and dying a whole lot as a result. And so one thing I always tell like Disc Priest mains is, hey, it's okay if you don't get 20 people coded in atonements. If you just get 16 or 17 or something, your other healers can fill in and see that those 3 people need extra healing and they can make up for it. Just stop those deaths because that's going to make it take even longer to get to those progression points that everybody can see the next round of mechanics, figure them out, and solve them.
Hmm. And you mentioned, this priest sometimes getting like the main character syndrome.
Mm.
And I think it's almost a stark contrast to like a holy priest.
Yeah.
I kind of want to get your thoughts on this because you've been the priest guy for so many years now. Do you have a personal bias towards playing this priest because you get to blast during those windows, or like are you more, in love with the reactionary playstyle of holy? Like, what do you think about those two specs?
I think it's a big reason why I enjoy playing both of them. Is that it's really fun to play disc when you do feel rewarded. I think is the
Mm.
biggest thing for that effort. In Vault of the Incarnates, it was kind of 50-50, where some fights actually did feel like you were rewarded for your preparatory efforts, and other fights, like Dathia, felt like you were just massively punished for even trying to begin with.
Right.
Avarice, you did not feel rewarded whatsoever for those disc ramps. I think I played disc for the first like 2 or 3 boss fights, and then I did the rest of the tier as holy. And Amir Jasil, it feels like you're pretty rewarded for what it is, but still far away from what we experienced in like Legion or BFA, where you could like really deeply carry if you knew what was going on. So I enjoy playing disc a lot when you feel rewarded for it. But these days, I've mostly been playing holy and raids because it is just overheal central, really.
Mm.
And so sometimes it's nice just to be able to sit back, blast, react to what's actually happening rather than like sweating over fighting for who gets to cast the heals first on everybody because you're all overhealing by like 40%.
Right. And here let me get some advice to some people who are aspiring Disc Priest players, right? So let's say they're currently maining Holy. It's reactionary, but they kind of like the Disc Priest playstyle. They want to try it out. But the challenge is knowing when to ramp exactly in a raid, in a fight, in that specific window. What's some of the starter beginner advice you give to some people to kind of perfect their ramp for that, that tight window?
I think the biggest thing is making sure that your like damage rotation is going to be or like locked in, so that you're not having to actually think about each of the button presses that you're doing. So kind of just practicing your damage rotation on target dummies first, so that you're really comfortable with that, and then looking at things like lorgs.io, where you can look at where everybody else, all of the other top logs, are using their rapture or using their evangelism, which are those big cooldowns that you're centering your ramp around, so that way you can get a general idea of like those timings. I think those are always really important as you walk into those fights. You kind of get a good idea as to what how you want to use the cooldowns, and kind of looking at the trend, because more often than not, people are using their ramp cooldowns around the same times in every fight. And so even just being able to write those things down on like a notepad or a personal note with angry assign or something along those lines makes all of the difference in the world as you sort of like prep. Often I would really just like open up a notepad file and then kind of type down some numbers, or I would look at like landmarks on a fight, like
Right.
on Painsmith Raznal back in
Mm,
Shadowlands. You'd have like the spikes that roll across the platform, and then you would drop mines and you'd explode the mines and you have to do all this healing. And so I would always look at like, okay, as the mines are like 3/4 of the way across the room, then I'll begin my ramp, because then it's going to drop mines and this is going to be the sort of sequence. And so I like to
right.
just take down notes as I'm progressing on a fight, because you're going to wipe to mechanics a whole bunch and you have a lot of time to sort of fine tune when that ramp's going to be. Just get
Right.
enough atonements out, even if it's not a full 20, get enough atonements out to cover that damage and work on perfecting it a little bit later on.
Right. That's good advice. So we've talked a bit about the Mythic Plus, the raid kind of, scene a little. Kind of want to take a step back. You're a guide writer, and a lot of, figuring out what goes on in a new season, a new patch falls on your shoulders. What's your process? Because I've always kind of wondered, for us commoners, it's easy, you just follow whatever the guide or meta is, builds people are using. But for someone like you who's trying to figure it out, what's the approach you take? Is healing stuff more feely craft, or is it like more theory craft? Like, what's your approach here?
I think it's a lot more art than science. I
Mm,
think there, especially in this expansion, there's some talents that are actually good, but they're not that good because of like the overall like macro environment. One of the first ones that sort of came to mind at the beginning of the expansion was Gales of Song, which is like this holy priest talent, which increased all of the extra healing that all your allies were receiving. I'm like, well, that's pretty good. But healing is so fast that everyone's already topped once the Divine Hymn
mm,
ends. And so that healing buff isn't really doing much for your team. And so it wasn't until they made it a 1-point talent that people really started actually utilizing it. So there are those moments where you have to make sure you're really communicating with other like experienced players and talking to them about like what seems good, what feels good. The more like this for season 3 for Amir Jasil and all the testing, I had maybe a dozen people that I was communicating with through like
mm,
Discord and DMing, kind of comparing some of our logs and comparing some of our experiences on the fights, seeing which fights would work really well for disc ramps, seeing which ones didn't feel as good, and then also keeping in mind that the PTR testing that you're doing doesn't always translate one-to-one to live.
right. Mm,
There's some fights where they've massively increased damage of certain abilities. They might have like ramped up the rot damage on this fight or ramped up the burst damage on this fight for these specific mechanics. And
right.
so there's always a lot of moments where you'll kind of like adjust talents last second, or you say, okay, it's this build or that build. And you kind of
Mm,
present both of the options. And then, okay, yeah, it ends up being this build. And then that's what people start running with. So
okay.
it's a lot of like the play testing, figuring out throughout all the raids and M plus of what looks good, what could be good, and then being able to adjust quickly when live happens, and sometimes there's like last minute changes going on.
Right. And I'm sure everyone appreciates the hard work you put in for the priest community. And speaking about the priest community, we talked a bit about the past, the present. I kind of want to shift gears towards the future as we come on the hour mark here. So, we earlier spoke about what are some of the changes you want to see for healers in in the War Within when it comes to Mythic Plus and whatnot. But specific to Priest, how is it shaping up? How's the hero talents looking? Is there anything in particular you are looking forward to or don't like? Would love to get your thoughts.
I'm really excited about Voidweaver Disc. I think it's the best hero talent, at least the best hero talent for healers we've seen so far, because it's like a really good successor. It's a really good replacement for not having the current tier set we have. So you're not getting as much buff up time when you lose the tier set, but you're getting more powerful buff up time thanks to this hero talent. So it makes it more meaningful. It has like really good animations, and how it synergizes with the whole spec feels good. I think Holy Priest right now with like the Archon setup is decent enough, but it kind of follows the usual trail of like holy abilities that get added to the table, that they're not that flashy, they're not that exciting, they don't change your gameplay a lot, so it's going to be just okay. I'm very excited that both of the specs aren't receiving like massive upwells of changes. I like that they're continuing to sort of build off of what they have. I think when Raid and M Plus testing comes around, you're going to see quite a bit of growing pains for both of the specs when they lose the tier sets, because we became very dependent upon them. So I'm sure we're going to see more of like the growing pains of like Disc Priest having low haste and really low Shadow Covenant uptime, and that feeling bad and how you want to react around it. I think Holy Priest has a number of abilities which feel like pretty weak. Like Prayer of Healing feels really, really weak for Holy Priest right now, but your Holy Words feel insanely powerful. So there's like this imbalance where some abilities feel really poor and some feel very strong. So I think the biggest thing is we're going to highlight when Raid and M Plus testing comes around how there's some talents that feel really dead and how some abilities feel really weak. So I'm interested to see how they're going to adjust those and like sort of fine tune them as we get into testing.
Right, and taking even bigger step back from just Priest in general, what do you think about the expansion overall? Just the feel, the vibe of the War Within. How are you thinking about the expansion that's coming later this year?
I'm mostly excited. I think the big concern I have is the talents and how it sort of changes the overall like macro really environment for healing. So beginning of like BFA, tanks were like super weak, that they would like hit the dogs in Halls of Atonement and then just take off running because they couldn't survive, right? And so if they don't really do much to cull defensives and like healer power, I made a video recently talking about how Holy Paladin had so many cooldowns and they all feel really weak and unsatisfying to utilize. So if they're not making, like so far they haven't done a lot of spec tree revamps for healers on alpha. And so I'm really hoping that they're going to give some more time and attention to the specs that are really heavily in need. But we haven't, quite seen that yet. And then the other thing is I hope we get some kind of reason to do more outdoor content. Like I'm excited for delves. I'm looking forward to those. But I really noticed when I had to do like the world activities in season 4, right? You have to do them to get your sparks for crafting. I was like, I didn't even do half of these things. I didn't even do any of these grinds. And like some of them are pretty fun, but it was just really noticeable in this expansion, Dragonflight, where I didn't have to do any world activities. And I'm like, well, like I kind of miss this. I'd like to be able to have something to do to go do outdoor content to feel more powerful. Like I enjoyed the Zascara Vaults grind, and I thought it was really easy to do for alts as well. So I wouldn't mind if they brought something like that back, but definitely not like full-fledged borrowed power where it's lengthy grinds for all of your characters. Not that, but something in between.
Right. I love that you brought it up because it's almost like it's a hot topic, right? I've seen a lot of people kind of debate about whether daily world quest grinds were good and whatnot. But I kind of agree that balance seems the right place that they should go forwards. Because I think a lot of people mentioned like once you kind of get your gear cap and you just kind of log off for the rest of the season, and there's not much to do, right? I also kind of like to get your thoughts on the broader philosophy of the expansion, which is, I think, fair to say when they announced that talent trees were coming back, some people are skeptical, like, could they really balance it all? And there's a few specs that we talked about, like Shammy's and having the best time right now, but generally it wasn't a disaster. It was pretty on track. And they have gone to this kind of different place where they're building on that and introducing hero talents, right? And I've heard this argument from some people about the worry about hero talents being Covenants 2.0. What's your thoughts on that take? Do you think it's a fair take?
I don't think so. Part of the issue I think people had with Covenants was how difficult it was to swap, how much of a grind it was to like set it up from the beginning. With these, where you can kind of jump between A or B, I think it's actually going to be fine. I think the negative I would see with hero talents is that most people, like, there wouldn't be a lot of flexibility to it. It's like, this is the raid one, this is the M plus one, or your tier set interacts with this one, so you don't run that one, right? I fully expect like season one to be pretty imbalanced, and as long as everybody has like one hero talent that's like fun or good to play with, I'll be happy. But I would definitely say that, especially with all the bugs and like weird stuff, I'm sure you've seen it with like Mop Remix and all the like almost like lack of testing that they've had going on. My expectation is for season one to be a little sloppy with the hero talents, and then for things to kind of get progressively easier. But I definitely don't think that they're going to be at like any Covenant level. They certainly are not
Right.
at a Covenant level in terms of their power. They're nowhere near as powerful as Covenant abilities.
Right. And speaking about like the future, right? Another hot topic for the War Within that I love to ask creators is their takes on how affixes should go for Mythic Plus. I spoke to Alice Beer on this podcast, and he obviously had an essay on like what he thinks affixes should be. Would love your take on that though. From a healer's perspective, do you think affixes should be changed in any drastic way?
I think they I think Tyrannical and Fortified are really like too swingy. It feels immensely different healing, Tyrannical and Fortified, to the point that like some boss fights will become like 3.5, and then sometimes they become like 6 and 7 minutes, right? Sometimes you have some trash packs which are going to take a decent bit of time to be able to kill off. And then other times it's like a nightmare and you get like 3 Inferno casts from the destroyers and Ruby life pools, right? So I think that one of my biggest wishes would be that they get rid of Tyrannical and Fortified, because if you want to have like a unique boss fight where you have to go kill a totem or you have to go kill an ad, well, just naturally how they scale with Tyrannical makes them into these nightmare boss fights. We even saw it with Soulbound Goliath, where killing the roots, well, the strategy for killing the roots is go outside, run PvP trinkets, and don't kill the roots. It's like come on. So I think that Tyrannical and Fortified actually like limits their design and causes them to like have to nitpick tune things more than it actually adds to the table. I think they have mostly the right idea when it comes to like, let's make affixes that everybody can interact with. But I was extremely confused after season 2 when they introduced Afflicted. They said, hey, we don't like that only so many people can deal with Afflicted. But then they did nothing with it. They went out of their way to say, hey, we don't like how Afflicted works, but then they didn't actually do anything to it. So like, just as a general rule, I think that they need to make sure that, like, especially when M plus has become like the metric for like how healthy the expansion is, they need to be more hands-on with these affixes. If people are saying the game is this good or this bad or whatever, and here's the M plus runs to demonstrate it, well, people are going to run more M plus when it doesn't feel like it's a massive just exhaustion to play with affixes on certain weeks. When this is a Sanguine week right now. I haven't done any keys this week because it's Sanguine week, and it's
I think Sanguine's the better healer than you anyway. So
yeah, exactly. I'm just gonna stream, and then it's gonna be like, oh, is Sanguine streaming all the time? And it's like I have no agency to deal with his affix whatsoever, and tanks absolutely abhor it because it just starts screwing with all the pulls they're doing. So the fact that they're not as hands-on with affixes, I'm still baffled that they don't actually have like almost like a time walking quest once a month or once every other month to test out new affixes. I'm surprised that each PTR we don't have some experimental affix that they think they might do. I mean, WoW has a tremendous advantage for their player base to use them to like test things in advance, but I feel like they don't actually take advantage of it. Like, you could easily just put up an affix and say, we don't know if we're going to add this, but just give it a shot and let us know. And people will play the living daylights out of it. It'll be thousands of hours, and like, honestly, tens of thousands of dollars worth of testing time that they're getting for free. And the WoW players are going to do it. I guarantee you. They need to take advantage. Like, honestly, take advantage of the community and how much we want to try new things. And I think that would really make the entire environment better. I will absolutely play the living daylights out of some new affix, even if it sucks, for like 3-4 days, maybe a week or more, depending on how good it is. And then those casual players who aren't going to do any of that testing, they might benefit from my testing or other people's testing, because we're going to get more added to the game as a result.
Right. I love the fact that you mentioned it's actually not that hard to test a new affix. I also agree with the fact that it should be relatively easy for Blizzard to kind of switch affixes around.
Yeah.
And we see it every season. And the fact that they can do it on a week-to-week basis means they have the means on the back end to do it. So it's also puzzling to me. I kind of agree Tyrannical versus Fortify is jarring as well. But the other question that people always have about affixes is like, is seasonal affixes good or bad? Because obviously we have some good ones and we've got some really shitty ones. Like, what's your take on seasonal affixes?
I think they're good if they put the effort in, honestly.
Mm.
I think we had a lot of effort in BFA, and sometimes it worked out with Reaping, and sometimes it did not work out with things like
Yep.
Infested, or I think it was called Beguiling with those like lieutenants from
Yeah.
Ashara's Eternal Palace, right? But I think it's easy to recognize that there was a lot of effort into it, and things like Awakened were fantastic with like the portals that you would get that would replace rogue skips. My issue is when they started kind of going down the path that they didn't really want to add or cook too much. When we had, I'm trying to remember what season 3's was for. Oh, it was encrypted. Yeah. So it was encrypted, and you got like all the buffs, and that felt immensely powerful and so exciting. And then I remember, I think one of the devs was saying, "Oh yeah, we gave people too much power," and I'm like, "This was like people's favorite
So
season."
makes it fun, right? Yeah.
And then they added like Shrouded, and Shrouded was just this like stat buff, and I was like, "Yeah, whatever." And then they added Thundering, and Thundering was more often than not a net negative to the equation, and you weren't actually getting more powerful by doing the affix correctly. And I was like these things don't really feel like they're high effort, like lots of work, but some reward added to the table. It felt like just more work. So I'm in favor of them, putting together more effort for seasonal affixes, but not if they're gonna just sort of like, let's just add a little buff, or let's just add this little thing to the equation.
Right. Fair enough. Fair enough. So, we talked a lot about kind of the future. I would kind of like to round off as we, go past the hour mark about some more fun questions, maybe some more on the history of your time in WoW and whatnot. You played WoW a long time. You've done both M plus and raids at a high level. What do you think is like the hardest healing check you ever had to kind of overcome? What are you proudest of?
Oh, that is a good question. For M plus, it's definitely when I competed in TGP in Shadowlands Season 4. My team we got third on, like, they split up NA and EU. Thankfully. Oh man. Otherwise we had a tough time. So my team got third place, and we lost to Dorky's team, and we lost to Ellesmere's team. So I think that's pretty damn good. But I healed a 30, I think it was a 34 Junkyard, and healing the slime boss in Junkyard was just crazy hard healing check. So I think we chested the 34, and then we did not chest the 35, but I healed the slime boss like twice on 35. Right. So as far as I'm concerned,
so it's not your fault. You done your job,
Right. I didn't have kicks. I didn't have stops. So that's my most proud for M plus. Absolutely. For raids, that's a tough one. Maybe Sylvanas, because that was the highest that my guild, or that's the highest that I've ever placed. We finished 13th in Sanctum of Domination. I was like raiding every single day, 12, 14 hours a day. And what you really had to do, that was a double paladin, double priest, double disc priest raid, is that you had to like put all your faith in each disc priest for those AoEs that Sylvanas would do on her platform, where you had to like suck up the fire puddles or the shadow puddles before they went off. And so you basically just put all your faith in one disc priest to carry that AoE, and then you put all your faith in the other disc priest to carry the next AoE. And so I loved those kind of fights and how challenging it was, and like the pressure to perfect your ramp so that no other resources were expended. It was just going to be like a damage reduction cooldown, and then the disc blast an HPS with Boon of the Ascended. That was really tough and really like exhausting, especially mentally exhausting. It was just a fun fight.
You mentioned TGP. I'd love to kind of like just tangent off that, because obviously you've done some kind of casting gigs and whatnot. You've seen how is it like as a player, but also as a talent on stream and whatnot. Question for you: TGP versus the MDIs, like, from your perspective, like which one is interesting, or rather which one is more fun to watch? And is there kind of audience for different tournaments like the MDIs versus TGP?
I think there's definitely audiences for different ones. Personally, what I'd like to see is like TGP be its own thing, and then
Mm,
I'd really like them to see uh, other tournaments that are not as competitively minded. I think when you get to like MDI and TGP, it's really fun, but it's also not really relatable whatsoever to like the average viewer. It's really
right.
difficult to sort of highlight those things. The things that do end up being like relatable are like the tech and the skips that are always really cool to see. Well, one thing, I don't know if they'd be able to do this or not, but I would really love it to see if they could sort of like break down some of the rules that they make for dungeons. So
Mm,
way back in the day, I did challenge mode golds for Miss Pandaria and Warlords, and a lot of those dungeons were abusable very heavily. You could get through
right.
walls. There were a lot of like snap tech, and there's a lot of like cheese. You would drag all these little slimes with you in Siege of Najau to stack up damage buffs and start one-shotting bosses, things like that. I'd really love to start seeing some of those like rules erode or
Mm,
um, ways to be able to sort of like exploit dungeons legally in a competition. I think those would be fun. Even making affixes that are just more like random, more for fun type things. I know a lot of people have talked about having like the blue turtle shell in like Mario Kart. You can kind of like send off on an opposing team who's ahead of you. So and just to be able to have like more of those like for fun events, I think would be more for like entertainment rather than like let's highlight all the most competitive players because we have a lot of that in WoW right now, and a lot of like
mm,
WoW has been centered around like watching the highest performers. But I also think that there's absolutely an audience out there for just kind of like raw entertainment. It could be like
right.
the wipeout or you ever see like most extreme elimination challenge where it's just watching people fail and watching people make mistakes and floundering. I think that would be a really big win in Blizzard's book if they did it.
Right. I really love the idea about the Mario Kart analogy you gave because it adds another dimension to the spectators who's sitting at home because well, it's meant to be a fun. If it's meant to be a fun
Yeah.
event, something like that is it kind of changes things up from every dungeon because well the comms are going to be the same and an external element of like randomness like that could help. So there's a great point that you mentioned. I kind of want to ask towards the end of this interview, a bit more around your personal journey in WoW, and not so much about what you've done in the game, but really as as a content creator in this space. Because firstly, I see you as a veteran in this space. Like I said, when I started, I played my first character as a priest. I remember watching your guides, so you've been around for the longest time. Um, and WoW has obviously gone through an interesting time, right? Like Shadowlands wasn't the best, and that was a pretty depressing time to be a content creator, to say the
Yeah.
least. Kind of, yeah. Just because I asked Taliesin the same question when I was speaking to him on this podcast, and it was an interesting answer. But I'd love to hear from you, like your journey as a content creator through WoW. Um, what are some of the highs, some of the lows? Um, yeah, and what advice would you have for aspiring content creators because you've been around for a really long time?
I think naturally WoW is just such a cyclical game that it's really tough to be able to have a job where there's these slow seasons where it feels like all of your efforts are sort of like coming up short really. Your
Right.
video performance isn't doing as well or your stream performance isn't doing as well, and those things can always sort of take a toll on your mental in the process. I think the biggest thing is the more that you are like diversifying and being able to try new things and being able to try new platforms and how you're creating content, the little bit better that it's going to be on the mental. But I think it's a really, really tough environment to be, a content creator in general. And so I think the biggest thing that has led me to be like more fulfilled by being a content creator is certainly being able to like take more breaks, recognize when slow seasons are existing, and then also making sure that I'm constantly kind of like checking myself on like what is content that I enjoy making.
Hmm.
You talked earlier about like chasing IO just to chase IO. Well, in season 3, I felt like I was in that environment. And actually, what made me enjoy my streams more was when I picked up the rest of Druid Challenge and I said, I'm just going to pug and I'm just going to have fun. And it doesn't really matter if I succeed or fail with this sort of challenge because we're just going to go in and have a good time with it. And I think it's
Right.
uh, difficult, I think, for a lot of people to get out of that mindset of like, I must always stream and I must always push high keys because that's only what people want to watch. And I think there is a lot more room in WoW to do a wide variety of things, but also don't get so down on yourself when those slow seasons come because they always come and they always pick back up a little bit later on.
Right. Cool. And let's kind of end the interview with one last question. And you're a priest guy. You played this, you played holy, but if you can only play one spec for the rest of your life, would you choose disc or would you choose holy?
Man, people are gonna use that against me. Okay, you ask it as a
That's the
joke, but
point. That's the
I
point of
know
this question.
people use it against me. I've had people who I kid you not were upset that I was writing one guide
Oh
over the
shit!
other.
Really?
Yes, I literally had people like there's actually like seasons where like what Holy was super good in season 4 or something along those lines, right? And then people get upset that I was writing the disc guys. It wasn't only playing that, so. I'm going Blood DK or something like that. Okay, some of my first videos, I was playing like Breath of Sindragosa Blood DK. So I'm just going to tank.
Right.
I
Fair
had
enough.
to.
No, 100%. By the way, if you haven't heard this enough already, I think like a lot of the people who just start learning to play healing, they kind of gravitate to your content because I think I noticed that as a healer or maybe in a tank role, like there's so much pressure on you. Sometimes you just need someone to help you get through the anxiety, and it takes a certain personality like yours to kind of like just assure people that it's gonna be okay. So I don't know if you get that a lot, but like I think a lot of people are thankful for that. At least for me, that's what I found helpful. And I see you sometimes when I look on your streams, I notice that about you as well. So I guess thank you on behalf of the healing community. That really helps us kind of get into the space.
Hey, thank you so much. Well, it's funny because right before you had mentioned or you'd messaged me for the interview, I was like watching a number of your videos and going through a number of your videos, and I was like, man, this guy works harder than like everybody else in the space.
Oh, thank
So,
you, dude.
and
Dude,
huge
like
kudos.
oh no, like class recognizes class. The other thing I love about your content, dude, your thumbnails they are spot
Oh,
on, dude.
thank
I
you.
love your thumbnails, dude. Do you do them yourself? Like they're really creative, man.
I've hired help. I
Ah,
had an
right.
editor, Benny. He does a great job. Sometimes I'll give him some ideas, and then sometimes he comes up with his own ideas. Yeah, the one he made of me in a Taldazar, I don't even know how he
Oh,
did it
dude,
because I
the,
sent
the
him a
one
bunch of
running away from
screenshots.
Razan, yeah, that was
Yeah,
that was a good one. I love that one.
I don't know how he made it, but he did a fantastic job. I love him. He does a great job. That was another thing that really helped with branching out content, so I have enough time to really do everything. I stream about like 30 hours a week or something like that, and then try to do 2 videos a week. And so having help goes a really long way.
Right. That's awesome. Really awesome. All right, cool. Like I said, that was my last question. We're coming to, my allocated time with you. I don't want to take up too much of time. I know you're streaming. Any last shout outs to your community and whatnot you'd like to give?
Yeah, really huge shout out to Benny for helping me so much, Noctil as well for helping me with all the videos that I've been creating, and big love to John and the other moderators who've been around for really such a crazy long time. It's always interesting seeing like super long term subs, and you're like, wow, that's been like 3 expansions worth or 4 expansions worth of subscribing. So big love to the people who are supporting my ability to do what I do every single day and full-time content creation for over 5 years now.
That's awesome. And I know this won't be the last time we're speaking, Jack, because the War Within is around the corner.
Yeah.
Lots of healer stuff to talk about. I've kind of got something going with Alice Mir, like a standing promise that I'll get you and maybe Mega Set on, and we'll kind of talk about different classes and whatnot. So that's something that I'll look forward to. So it won't be the last time we're talking. But I really thank you for your time. Thanks for hopping on. And yeah, like keep doing great content. We really appreciate the stuff you're putting out for the healing community. Really
Hey,
appreciate it.
likewise, man. Thank you so much for having me.
Cool. Thanks, Jack. I'll see you soon. Take care.
That's
Speak
good.
soon.
See ya.
Bye, buddy. See ya. Take care.
Woo! Needs Thune as well? Nah, Thune ruined healing. He's not allowed. That was really nice. That was super wholesome. Hey, zoom out a little bit. There we go. I can't believe I didn't have to correct Thune's the shaman goat. Okay, so at the beginning of the show, he asked me, like why shaman is so like abandoned or why it's so like left out, and I just like made up a bit about Thune spilling drinks on the Blizzard developer or something like that. So that'll be in the podcast. That'll be fun. Okay, did I miss anybody's questions or anything? Milo, thank you for the 19 months. Slime Fudge, sorry, not Sludge. Thank you for the new sub. Board, thank you for the 73 months. Nix, thank you for the 4 years. Matt, thank you for the 3 months. Cheers, guys. Our mass class in Elv, and he pops up my stream for an interview. It's your goats for WoW content creation. Hey, thanks, man. I see Mistweaver getting a working ranged healing build. Probably not. I don't think. We'll see. Yep, I did refuse to choose, John. I mean, it's true, okay? I've literally had people, like, try to get me fired from my WoW job over it. It's so weird. Cooking show? Yeah, we need to. We need to. True, board. Speaking of those long subscribers, I gotta get some more, higher level badges for everybody, too. Yeah, 100% Scott. Well, like, people getting mad? Dude, it's every season. I kid you not. It's like literally every season. I'm gonna do a gym stream. Maybe if I go to Ironforge. That's pretty close to me. But I haven't really gotten like an IRL stream setup kind of thing. To be quite honest. I wouldn't mind doing it, just, you know. I'm used to. Honestly, I feel like I zone out so much in my my gym sessions, I'm not gonna lie. Does Fandy use her phone? I don't know. I think I'm gonna see Fandy and her husband on Wednesday, so I could ask him. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing it. I'd have to like. I'd be kind of curious how we could properly do it. What I'd like to do is honestly have like start my day with the gym, but I don't know how I'd like convert it from like my phone or whatever setup to then go onto the stream and then play, you know? Deoka, thank you for the 57 months. Such a long time. Just like we were talking about. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I've seen them go to the gym in like the afternoon. I want to go in like the morning and like knock it out, you know? Yeah. Not annoying, but difficult. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I wouldn't mind doing it if you guys want to see me go to the gym. I just don't know how like chatty I'd be, you know? DGen hours are bust. See, that's the thing. It's like I want to stream earlier, you know? I don't know. Let's see if there's some keys out here. I haven't done any keys this week. I haven't done any of them. I didn't even look at what the comp was. Doesn't matter. Get that mount, so pretty. I wish that wish the price wasn't so high. Otherwise, I'd do like a giveaway for it. A life outside of the game? I know. Crazy, right? Since when am I an elf? Since season 3. Yeah. This is good old season 3. Sanguine and no good offensive packs. True. It's Sanguine and Storming? Oh, Volcanic. Yeah, I don't think I'm missing much. Reaching out to the community leader interviews. Yeah, it was really fun. I haven't been to Ironforge. I know where it is. Basically, like, it's one way from where I live, and I go to the gym the other direction. But, like, they're probably equidistant. Yeah. I just am like, I don't know. I still go to the gym I already go to, and kind of covers all the things that I want. Honestly, I miss being a blood elf. I'm not gonna lie. Blood elf just doesn't give the anything really for raids or M plus, unfortunately. Destro, Vengeance, Shadow, Outlaw. So they want a lust. That's a weird comp. Actually, a really weird comp. Yeah, no tanks actually want to play. Yeah. No tanks actually want to play on a week like this. Let's play Remix. Play Remix, and we're gonna go see. We're gonna go see what we're missing. All the alts, nice. All right, let me see. We should have some dailies. Oh yeah, I have my not a frog exploiter quests. Woof. That's right, not a dirty rotten exploiter. I've not done Mythic Garrosh yet. No. I've taken maybe almost like a week off. On Thursday this week, no one wants to use any stops and then complain about sanguine healing at the end. Yep. Yeah. It's super annoying. So what did I not have? Time Runner Ring, Heroic Panda Scenarios, Crypt of Forgotten Kings, Blood in the Sand, I think is what it's called. Crypt of Forgotten, Blood in the Snow. Frogger's is still 17 miles ahead of everyone else. Yeah. I'll have them carry me. Well, go do Mythic Garrosh and they can just one-shot it. Actually, they're gonna like kill him and then he goes to another phase, and they kill him, then he goes to another phase, and over and over and over again. Right? Our Shaman main, and we healer tank pugged 3k for the first time. Do you mind me asking what you think Shaman needs in his toolkit to keep up? I think it's... I wouldn't mind if there was like an Earth Shield replacement that was just more of like a stronger DR for like the tank and more like sustained DR for the tank or something like that. That'd be nice. Personally, I just think that Shaman has so many totems and so many abilities, and they all feel really watered down. No pun intended. Like, Cloudburst just doesn't really feel like it does anything. That's one of my biggest things. Like, I really enjoyed playing Shaman when Cloudburst was strong.
This is where my agents track this out.
And now it doesn't really do anything, you know? It's called Blistering Scales, yeah. Using light weaving as holy and high keys. In Halls of Infusion, I do. Yeah. Because you want, like, the mana saving and everything. Oh, owie. I don't think we can fight that. Yeah. I dropped Divine Word. So you basically, like, take 1 point at Desperate Times, get rid of Divine Word, 1 point Resonant Words, and then Light Weaving. Yeah. Dude, Rave, thank you for the 78 months. I don't know where our Warlock buddy is. That's okay. I guess we saved him. Hey, get saved, Bold Brew. Mark a sniping target. No? Invalid? Alright. Wait, Frog Farmers has become kind of unfun. Why? Because you're just like killing everything? Yeah. I totally get that. You're just like struggling to get a tag in, and then they just murder everything, you know? Yeah. In one way, it shouldn't matter, but as someone who did mob heroic raids back in the day, navigated by not being maxed out level to get a cloak because I didn't frog farm, kind of meh. Well, it's also like stupid because these bosses are gonna die in like record time anyway, even if you don't have an entire full group decked out, right? So it's just like super weird to exclude people. Hey, isn't this guy like a bonus objective or something? Dude, healer threat is still insane. G M Zoo. Have a single DPS do like 10 mil, yeah. It's a decline from normal raids because of eye level. Yeah, that's super stupid. Hey, how you doing, Katele? All things mow lawn now. Oh yeah. Dude, it's gonna be hot out. Good luck, man. Wear sunscreen. True. Happy Memorial Day. Where everybody's getting some good barbecue and relaxing, you know. We're in Utah. It's only 60. Oh, that's not bad at all, dude. It's like 95 out today. Yeah, I'm really glad he asked me. That was sick. It was very cool to see. It's always interesting, especially with other content creators, because you never really like know if people checked out your content and everything, or like know if they know you, kind of deal. And so for me, it was like literally just the other day, I was watching a bunch of his videos, and then he hit me up afterwards, and I was like, damn. Queuing as tanks and not tanking anything, just running to bosses and deleting it while the rest of the group dies to trash. Oh, fun. Just like, come on, guys, keep up. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's the thing is, like, I've seen his, like, UI videos and, like, a lot of his general purpose UI videos and general purpose, like, WoW guides and everything. Obviously, like, the skips and, different ways to break dungeons, all that. But yeah, you don't really, like, know somebody until you, like, actually, like, talk to them, right? Or Jack and Quasi content? I'm down. On call today? Damn. Are you getting, like, paid for being on call? Nope. Lame. Frickin' lame. To show you why? Is it because of the mattress farm? Originally full range, like it needs to make it like priest and do a fist weave melee and mist weave range builds. I mean, they've kind of tried to. I don't think that they've really like split the difference too well. Ooh, big threads. Check the M. Let me see. Let me see. What's the second column mean? It's like shopping or oh, hourly sales. I see. Holy shit. That is a lot of sales. Today's today, Monday, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's insane. I ordered my creatine just the other day, and then right afterwards, they're like, oh, we have a Memorial Day sale. And I was like, fuck. Isn't it Black Friday? Really? Is this still like Mattress Firm, or is this like everything? Or like all kinds of different markets? Mattress Firm, yeah. Oh, we won the whole tournament, Tusk. Yeah. Yeah. We won the whole Raider.io Charity Pro-Am. So we raised, thanks to many of you in chat, 8 grand on our own. And then because we won the tournament, we earned another 8 grand for the charity. So in total, we had $16,000 raised for the Trevor Project yesterday. Or Saturday. Yeah, Saturday. We stomped Kalamazoo. How am I getting meleeed when I have fade up? What the heck? Three-day weekend going pretty well. Went climbing a couple days ago, and I still feel it in, like, I guess it's the tendons in my my forearm. I really want to go again, but I'm like, fuck, my arms hurt. I had a lot of fun with it. Scenarios actually were pretty fun because they were like a pretty cool like delivery for like story stuff. They would like just tell short stories and everything like that. I enjoyed them. I still have not found climbing shoes that I liked, but I was buying a like punch card anyway because I don't live close enough, and my body's not in like climbing shape to go as often to make a membership worth it. I'm probably just gonna go like once a week. And it was only like 10 or 15 extra bucks to like rent shoes every time, so I just did that. So I'm gonna rent shoes from them for like the first 10 times I go or whatever it is, and then after that I'll actually buy something. And they have shoes on like sale there, so I might just buy from them depending on what I find I like. But yeah, I even told them, I was like, yeah, I kept trying different shoes and they all sucked. Do you remember Sours, John? He used to do MDI with me. He's actually a really, really big climber now. Yeah. Asking if I could buy them from him. I mean, they're pretty worn down because they're like the rental shoes, but I was tempted to, for sure. I was very much tempted to. Laziano was doing a key and you're talking about how healers should focus on healing during lower keys, not worry about damage. Just as you said it when your party members died while I was casting a chain lightning, so thanks for the reminder, damn it. Oh, my bad, my bad. Happy to help. Happy to help. I just fear him? Yeah. Yeah, so I had asked them like which shoe was closest to the ones that I was wearing, and they pointed out a pair. So They have them on sale. I just have already, it's sunk cost, right? I've already paid for like the rental for the shoes for the next, 8 or 9 times I go. So I'll probably just do that for a bit. See if I discover anything like I don't like with them or whatever. But yeah, certainly long term. They give you a chalk bag. I don't think I need it as much. I wasn't really using it. I don't know. Maybe it'll help me with the crimps. I don't know if the crimps are harder for tall people or I just got some weak fingers or something like that. But oh my god, that was a pain. Ow. Yeah, crimps were very much not fun. Yeah, I'll use it some more next time. I also just naturally accumulated so much chalk on my hands from other people. My god, his health is yo-yoing like crazy. Why mobs hurt so bad? Run! Whoop! Hey, it's Reshi. Yeah. Fighting for my life out here. But yeah, I've just been doing like bouldering, not like belaying or whatever it is. Whatever the terminology is. I gotta work on my jargon so I don't get caught out as a fraud. I don't know, there's like a climbing gym that's supposed to be moving closer to me, but I don't think it's open yet. But I don't know if that one is gonna have whatever the big ass rock wall is that you have to have a belay for. You're safe here, we already know you're a fraud? True. Fake priest main. Yeah. I gotta be a noob at something every once in a while, you know? In the big touch of death. Super trying to be sick with it. Oh yeah. That's what I'm hoping for. I also want to have like I was also wanting another exercise that would like work on my forearms and my back, because I kind of found that when I was doing free weight like bench press that my forearms were giving out before my like chest was, and so I started doing machine presses, which feels good, but you're not really getting any like the stabilizing muscle forearms worked in the process, right? So I was like, what if I'm doing climbing instead? Good way to push to muscular failure is the threat of falling, right? I'll exert my muscles as hard as I can so I don't fall on the ground. Suitcase carries or farmer carries? I don't think so. Oh no. I do see people doing those pretty frequently, though. I mean, I guess I do a little bit when you're carrying your weights around, right? But, you know, not actually doing Not actually doing that as part of my my split. Right now I do chest and triceps, back and biceps, shoulders and abs, and then legs. It's like a 4-day split. Trying to mix in what do you call it? Climbing in between. So, yeah. Yeah, I might get with a trainer again and just get like some feedback from them if I am like regularly climbing once or twice a week, like how that would affect the lifting split. No, Devil Scythe. This guy has a lot of health. Oh yeah, I'm doing 0 damage. That's right, because scaling. He's level 26. He's level 70. Okay, yeah. Superset cable machine do reverse for their arm curl, bicep curl, non-stop, 3 sets or 10 to 12. Your arms will be bursting. I've been doing preacher curl machine and then flying dumbbell curls. It's been good. Finally leveling the second priest. There's not any other healers I want to level. Not any DPS I want to level. Yeah, usually at the end of a lifting session, I'll do stretches and then I'll just do cardio. Do like Stairmaster or like high incline, like 12-13% grade treadmill. Yeah, I'm not really in it for like leveling and alt. At the moment, I'm just chilling. Doing great, Young. Saw you in chat earlier. Sorry I didn't get a chance to say hi. How you been doing? Hey, Vic. What's up, man? Thank you for the raid. Hope you had an awesome stream. Whoop. Remix. Oh, man. It is Sanguine Week. Remember? Sanguine. Just a whole nightmare, dude. Plus, on Saturday, I spent like 6 hours or something like that doing M+ for the Raider.io Charity Pro-Am. I'm not gonna lie, once that tournament was over, my brain was fried. Because they didn't give you any like mandatory breaks. And so it was literally 6 hours of just smashing keys. Ugh. I was mighty cooked. Yeah, even when I competed in TGP, we had like, you know, a 10-minute mandatory break and everything like that. But it's all good. We won. We raised the most money. We beat Kalamazoo. Like it just, you know, we got all the things out of it we could possibly get. Oh, true. Make sure you guys follow Vic if you haven't already. Thank you for doing the shout out. Yeah. We beat the double Warlock team. Yep. I mean, listen, I went in with my goal to raise lots of money for the Trevor Project. We did that. And to beat Kalamazoo, and we did that. Worked out great. Alright, let's see. Greater Bronze, Cash. Oh, they did buff these. Nice, finally. Seems like they've added a lot since last I was playing. Kamazi the most important thing? It sounds that way, but it wasn't. It's just, you know, added bonus. Everybody needs a rival, you know? A nemesis, if you will. Can I buy my ring? Or get my ring? Aha, we do have a ring. Goals are always important for a team, you know? Daily Heroic and Daily Normal get buff bronze cash. It's really nice. Well, good. Wish they would have done that from the beginning. I think the amount of gems I got is also quite a bit buffed. See, this is why, like, I know people want to hide stuff and, like, don't want Blizzard to PTR test and everything, but, like, this is such a big example of, like, why they need to do more, right? Like, I get it, you know, there's the downside. There's always the downside of revealing things to the public and whatnot, spoiling stuff, but, like, it's so worth like the end product being better, you know? Honestly, I kind of want to just buy a whole bunch of gems. I'm Batman GIF for my nemesis when I beat them. No, I just DM Cal and talk shit. Worked out great. How do you get the neck? Is this all the raids? All the panda raids in normal difficulty. Time Runner's Amulet. What am I missing in Mogashin Vaults? Oh, everything. What the fuck? Oh yeah, we got stuck on Dark Animus. Yeah. Oh yeah, good old Dark Animus. Is it still hard? Siege, yeah. Wait, where does it show my currency now? Where's my bronze at? I got rid of the currency tab. I see it in the vendor, right? I have 71,000, but is there not any other area for it? You can cheese it? What, just like survive all the damage and just kill it all? Oh, you just reload? Okay. I thought they, like, removed it. Stack and mid, one-shot all the ads? Okay. Before they one-shot you? Hey, there we go. Yeah, 71,000. Can I buy, like, a stack? Oh, I can buy, like, 200. 10,000 bronze? Sounds good. 80% parry chance to the max eye level? My god. Maybe this is bad to do. I don't know. I think I have most of my cosmetics anyway. We'll see. All right. Yeah, we have 24% leech in this game mode. Jeez. Does this like extract everything? Okay, I'm just gonna extract all my prismatics. Unless they are maxed out. Cool. The healer and remix? Do I want your monk to be a panda or a belf? I mean, it is panda remix, I'm just saying. Okay, I can't upgrade Lego ones any further, right? Alright. Any other prismatic upgrades? 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Alright. Let's see. First. Maybe I do need the armor. Honestly, maybe I do need the armor with how much healers are getting threat. This game mode. Definitely don't care that much for the mastery stuff, but I'm just loading up.
Well, man.
Hey, Ivan Rail, thank you for the 36 months. Yeah, I just got done with a podcast earlier, and now we're chilling with some remix. What have you been up to? There we go. Doesn't scale really well. I've been saying armor gems are useless. Oh, okay. Good comms, good comms. Where is that armor stuff? I guess it'll just take speed. Just be so quick. Need more gems. Yeah, I need a lot more gems. EK stacking armor and leech getting one shot in normal dungeons. Jeez. Oh, man. One shot ward. People doing 226. What the? Hog. It's getting older. I feel that, dude. I feel that. I know bezel. Oh hush. Alright. Let me get some water real quick. One sec. Gribby. How you doing, Bizzle? What level is my back? It's huge. I don't fucking know. I'm just chilling. Yeah. So huge. I don't know. I actually haven't played for a few days. I'm not gonna lie. I have 5,500 stamina. Is that the like primary metric people care about? I hope you find something soon, Bizzle. This is the end of the first tier of Shadowlands. The healer meta right now in raids and in plus. Raids, everything's like pretty good, right? There's not anything that's like bad. And on plus, druids like king. Balance is, yeah, balance is better than Shadowlands was. You can kind of play whatever. Power not being hard. With power / not being hard carried, or I want the transmog. I'm kind of just in it for the transmog, yeah. I don't know. I don't have like too much push for something that isn't like long term. There's not really any like achievements or value or anything like that, and like smashing all these hardest difficulty and like one-shotting the bosses. I'm like, okay, cool. If I can get it, I can get it. Yeah. Hey, thank you, Shy. I appreciate it. We had a really good team. We had a really, really good crew. I have the best sheriff's voice ever. Ah, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Oh, they summoned me. Yay. Yeah. We had a really good squad. Yeah, it really, really helped a lot having Max calling all the stops. And then I could like micro the defensives, and it was a good team. I also just really like being able to like grind out those keys one after another, right? As we were like learning the strats and what we needed to do. Yeah, definitely do it. I don't remember if they do it every season, or I think it's usually just the end of expansions and like the beginning of expansions. Yeah, it's good times. Do I have any piece that's not 346? Any higher eye level in bags? Nah. This is always like a famously hard boss on 10 man, but like we stomped it on 25 man. I don't know, is there like extra benefit to getting more people? Or like the raid sizes matter that much for these flex setups? Okay, the raid, the more people faster. Gotcha. I don't remember what the Shaw Splash does. I remember this part. Oh yeah, we gotta heal these guys. Oh yeah. They move pretty fast. I gotta make sure I watch that. And boss is dead. Well, it's nice to see that we have one guy who is carrying the shit out of us. Can I grip these? Nope. Grip. Yay, Mercius. Woo. 50 million damage from one dude. Did all of it get looted to me? Oh, there it is. Nice. I should probably shred a bunch of gear, shouldn't I? I think this was a really tough fight back in the day. I don't remember. I think this is like an early gate to the raid.
Can it be?
Oh my god, did he just kill all of them? Yeah, he did. What the fuck? It's all dead! Yay! Oh my god, we gotta kill this quick. What? I'll calm down, I guess. What does he have that is so strong? Wait, how? Oh, I guess he just upgraded these pieces, right? God damn, my dude. Damage done breakdown. Wildfire, Mark of Arrogance, Lifestorm, Hailstorm. It's like all of his abilities. Yeah. Straight up like all of his abilities together, just destroying everything. And the gem's not the class. True. And they're getting obliterated. So you gotta kill he for Sun goes gold. Yay! There it is. Cool. Our Shaman season 3, season 4. I did on PTRs. Yeah. And it's like fine. I think Shaman actually just has too many totems available to it that all just don't really do that much. That's what I don't like. Like, I don't want to have a lot of buttons to press and then have them also not feel good, you know? Cloudburst doesn't really feel good, doesn't really feel like it has much value at all. I know it does, right? But the feeling of, like, popping a Cloudburst totem or whatever just doesn't feel actually good. It's annoying. Yeah, and, like, nobody wants to feel like they're losing abilities, but I feel like you kind of hit a point where it's like, well, if these abilities aren't really doing anything for you, then what is the point of them, you know? They need to feel impactful. Coffee, thank you for the 31 months. Yeah. So, for me, I'd like for there to be some manner of, pruning in that regard, so that the abilities you do end up having are actually going to be impactful. And I was kind of talking about it in the interview with Quasi earlier, is like Holy Priest has their holy words which really hit hard, but then you have like Purb Healing which doesn't hit that hard, so like the way that your abilities are balanced is kind of poor. But I think Shaman has that to a way higher degree. Yeah. You know, one thing I haven't considered yet is that it really feels like Mist of Pandaria and Legion feel like really full expansions. And Shadowlands and Dragonflight, you almost like you notice that they like ended abruptly, you know? Like Mob in particular, it feels like they took this continent and added so much to it over the course of the expansion. You know, like they added all the questing zones in Rastrang Wilds. They tore down the Veil and built it anew. And they built the raid inside of it and everything like that. And of course they have the added islands of like the Isle of Giants, Isle of Thunder, everything like that. Timeless Isle. It feels like the entire continent is very like dense, if that makes sense. And there were a lot of reasons to like go out and do stuff. I don't know, maybe it's just because I haven't interacted that much with world content.
Speak to me again when you are prepared to face your inner demons. Very prove yourselves worthy, and I will let you pass.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Wasn't Norushin a boss? Move this? There we go. Did I do damage? Oh my god, I'm doing damage. Yay. Yay! Wait, wasn't this boss Norushin? I'm so confused. Oh, he traps players in the zone, challenges them to face and overcome their own corruption if they want to proceed deeper. But we don't have to fight him? Oh, I thought we did. Wait a minute. Holy shit, what happened? Okay. I didn't even get my Ankh proc. Don't I have it? Yeah, I do. Okay, fun. Sometimes, yeah, you just get owned. Living bomb and they die? I didn't think it had like infinite range though. But I guess, yeah, I was wrong. As long as our carry DPS lives, you know. Don't mind me, just AoE looting all my bronze. Oh, she has to stay outside the room? Okay. Oh my god, are we gonna get one shot at this cast? What does this do? Oh, it's the enrage. And it's dead. Woo! Alright, we take this. It's Gorehowl.
This means he's completely unhinged.
News to the Regent Lord. King Rin's fleet is converging on Orgrimmar as we speak.
Likewise, Sylvanas and I have both sent ships to support Vol'jin's revolution.
I'm warning you, Orthamar.
Oh man, you guys remember? Actually, that was the other thing too, because you would have the quest line
Destroy
in the Barrens where you would go like fight all the Dark Shaman.
It is always a pleasure.
Yeah, I hope they like
Lady Proudmoore.
find some kind of way to bring back like the hype and excitement of each new patch that way. Alright, let's do it. I fell through. There we go. Remix definitely showed you how good of an X-Pack it was. Hope Messon chooses to take us back to Mop because he plans to do the World Soul Saga similar to the Mop. I hope so. And like, we don't have to have 4 raids. It's just that the end needs to feel like climactic, you know? I don't think we really got that with the Emerald Dream stuff. Oh my god. Where's our carry? Where's our carry DPS? Fine SL, instead of improving on it, we got less. I mean, I don't think people wanted to have affixes again. At least the affixes that they did have were really rough. Mirso wasn't about climaxing, it was about family. And there were not even any cool race cars. So messed up, man. Oh yeah. Doesn't this also do friendly fire? You know, asking for a friend. Wait, I'm dead. Why? Why? Why am I dead? Spike mine detonation. The fuck? Blew it up with me in it? Oh, fun. That's true, John. There does. Yeah. Good point. Good point. Faded and Awakened. Faded all new dungeons and new affix. Awakens all replay content. Yeah. I mean, I will say Strata was pretty lame, though. Let's be real. It was very lame. Galacrass. I do not think that, I do not think it was that cool.
Well done. Landing parties, form up. Footmen to the front.
Is there RP going on? Aha, the Dragon Mar. There we go.
My scouts learned all about this one. Warlord Zayna. Bring her proto-drake down, and the rest of
Bad about Strata was healer propaganda trying to tell us to take versatility. No, we were right. You were wrong. Smile. Watching a movie, peak storytelling? Yeah.
turn the anti-air battery.
But that's the thing, it was a 14 boss raid, but that raid tier also lasted 14 months. So like, that was also another thing. People sort of like recognized that the raids were gonna take a long time. But people had like more of like patience for it, right? Let's go. It does feel like you're being a little bit of a passenger princess, though, when you're doing this content. You're like waiting for your carry DPS to kill everything for you. Yeah, it's also just a lot of work. A lot of work to be able to put together all these bosses. Like, I'd be really interested in how much they're like studying previous expansions and like the, I don't know, workflow or whatever to produce this much content. Come on, open the door. The most complicated something. Wait, can we tag the boss? Damn, out of range. Well, we are making progress on the tower. We're getting there. Oh yeah, if you go too far, then the snipers just shoot you. I remember that. Yay, my ward went off and did damage. Only 1 million damage, but we'll take those. We did it. Where's actually Galacrus, whatever? There he is. Oh my god, he's just straight up immune. Lame. How does falling work with blink? Just takes me to the floor? Okay. I didn't blink through the floor. You know, been around the block. I mean, I probably wouldn't be surprised if I did, actually, considering I blinked through the floor, or went through the floor of the boat. It's also kind of interesting seeing this from the Alliance POV, because I only did it on the Horde side. Oh my god, let's go! Skirt!
Fire the cannons!
Get him! How good do you think a WAD remix would be?
The proto-drake is falling.
Oh my god, it's the boss, finally. I just feel like a WAD remix would be really good. No more? Why?
Done it. We'll hold the docks for
I mean, they have to do something long term to like reuse old content and fill in time, right?
and its revolutionaries.
We'll see if he's managed to keep up his end of the bargain.
Carry Princess. Well, yeah, like they obviously can do a better job fine tuning this kind of balance, right? Like, yeah, it'd be more fun if I actually felt like I was doing something and not being just carried around. But this is more of like tuning and polish than anything else, you know? Or plunder storms. I enjoyed it. I don't know. I don't know if they'd do it again. Just leveling old content. I mean, it makes sense that they're gonna do something with old content, though. This is a really fun fight to heal. How do I have aggro? I'm sure they're gonna have some kind of plunder storm. They may not tie like rewards to it or cosmetics to it or something because people will complain so much. What's the... Oh yeah, you jump on them. Good luck. Double down on the rewards out of spite. I know. It's just like cosmetics. I'm still surprised that they got so much negativity out of it, but WoW community, you know. Busting down the gates.
Out there, my sisters. For Arendor. Don't think we're here to save you, Joe.
Okay, Dark Shaman fight, one of my favorites of all time. Having a raid in the capital city was really, really sick. It's only PvP type stuff. Yeah, that's the thing is like, If somebody isn't into any kind of PvP activities, they're just not gonna have fun with it. It was in a Mythic Garage. Had a building that was in a Mythic Garage and had a Brewmaster Monk solo the secret phase. Oh yeah? Yeah, we have a VDH who's carrying the living bejesus out of us. Oh, Gildy, yeah, I see. Yeah, Gildy that was in Mythic Garage, yeah. Two to 40 in a few hours is getting 8 to 9 kills a game. Won almost all your games, so you got a Plundered Tundra each. Yeah. That's the other thing, is like it's fun if you're good at PvP. Yeah, that's the thing. Like long term, they just have to find some kind of way to like use old content in a way that's gonna be fun, because so many people did not experience MOP. And it's easy to forget that. But even for me, I'm like, oh yeah, I like vaguely remember this, but this was 10 years ago, right? It's like, oh, this was a long ass time ago. Too young to enjoy MOP properly. Remix has been an amazing experience story through wiser eyes. Yeah, yeah, you actually like see how cool the story is through the quests. Man, compared to like doing Kata, oh my god, this questing experience is so much nicer. It is night and day. It is seriously night and day. So this boss actually has like a special memory for me. So this is back when I was playing a rogue. This is the first raid tier I got cutting edge. And as a rogue, you know, weapons important. And I could not get good weapons to save my life. And we were progressing on a later boss fight. We were going through our farm clear of this kill, or of like this boss. And so Iron Juggernaut actually dropped me a weapon. And I finally got to put it on, put all the enchants on and stuff. And this is the first boss fight I like top DPS. And once I received like my weapons and everything like that, they were like, oh, this guy's actually not bad at the game. And then I got a weapon off of General Nazgrim, which comes up right after this. And after that, I was one of the best, or the better DPS in the guild. I was like, finally! 'Cause I thought I was gonna get kicked. Because I just didn't have good weapons, you know? Playing WoW for almost 20 years makes you weep a little bit inside, yeah. I feel ya. For me, I kind of just want to like go back and experience the same thing twice. I don't know if I would change anything, but just experiencing it for the first time again, you know? That and having like little lore tidbits throughout the raid is pretty sick. Saying Nita's get alpha changes soon. So in the quasi interview I was doing earlier, I actually thought about that. I was like, I almost said it doesn't seem like any specs are getting like spec tree revamps, and then I remembered, you know, Warlock just got a bunch, so that isn't true. And then I was like, yeah, they really gotta do something with tanks and healers. So see what that is. I am really worried that they're not gonna do enough like pruning of defensives and everything, but we'll see. Oh fuck. Am I standing? No, I just have a long torso. Just tall person, you know. If it isn't true, doesn't mean you shouldn't say it. Yeah, it's true. You're right, you're right. A remix, a bit more polished, yeah. Yeah. Gammon will save us. Oh my god. Woo! I like Jack be blinking through walls, man. Let's see if I can actually log back into the game. And I lied. Alright, there we go. God, I forget how much trash there was. What is this? Malkarok? Yeah, it was like the fun healer fight. It was a real fun healer fight. It was actually one of those fights that Holy Priest was really good on. As was Disc. Disc was good on like every single fight. Soul Leech, Destrolock, and Sue unkillable. Dude, just Warlock in general in this raid tier was just actually ridiculously insane. Oh my god. We had like 3 or 4 Warlocks in a raid and they were all a mile ahead of everybody else in damage. For a long time too. That was the other weird thing, is like specs stayed on top for such long periods of time. I think they were, yeah. There was, you know, nearly no overheal, basically. You like soak these? Yeah. Ooh. Really working hard for this, you know. Wait, I didn't even get top healing. His Life Storm did. Oh, it's the flowers, yeah, because everybody stood in the flowers and got a bunch of healing from them. Yeah, that fight, you couldn't actually push up any health pools. You could only make absorbs on people. And so if the damage broke through the absorbs, then there wasn't anything you could do.
Our lives are holy, but Vol'jin's rebels are taking a beating.
The Orgrimmar are making a push for this compound. They're not giving up.
We'll post up here, but
Deploy the gear! Establish a perimeter!
Oh yeah, you just like CC'd everything. What's next? Is it Thok? I think Siegecrafter's to the left, Thok's to the right, and then... Actually, no, to the right is Spoils and then Thok. Yeah, and then Paragons. Dude, Paragons was sick because if you paid attention in the quest line, they even say that, like, they're not always definitely going to be our allies or anything like that. It sort of, like, comes full circle later on. Yeah, they like revealed they worship the old gods. So I think in this fight we're gonna have everybody on one side just killing everything in sight. Shukio, thank you for the 77 months. I'm doing great, Furza. How you doing, man?
Five, four, three, two, one.
Alright, I'm rolling this way. Just gonna open some boxes. Find our carry tank. What's this do? No idea. Oh, that's right. Yeah, they really did not like you switching sides. Okay, so at least on this side, we don't have as much. Damn. So we just gotta chill. Heals have a chance to create a wave of healing and destructive force. Oh, let's go. Come on, fire the wave. Fire the wave. There we go. Now I'm doing something, guys. Yay. Last time I did this achievement was 9/16/13. Oh my god. Ah, you're old. I know. I know. Ramp. I'll wait for the passenger princess mode. The claw. Haha. Get owned. Where's this guy? This poor guy. Alright, is not in line of sight. There you go. Wait, I'm coming. This is one of the most fun fights. So, back in the day, Devotion Aura also stopped you from getting kicked. So what you would do is you would like cycle between 3 or 4 Devos, as many Devos as you could get. And basically you would avoid his like AoEs that would spell lock you. Like these deafening screeches. Because he would like screech multiple times in a row. And then it would let you just keep on casting, not get interrupted. Yep. So you would like have everybody stacked, you'd like have Divine Star going down, and Divine Star would do a ridiculous amount of healing, and when it crit, it would make shields. So Disc Priest is just basically in heaven. I guess we probably won't have to do the conveyor belts, will we? I remember having to do like belt duty as Rogue and as Hunter. Hunter was really good. I think Rogue, you just had to like shadow step onto somebody else. What is this cutscene? Yeah, the Iron Stars. Oh, they all die? I feel like they all die. Yeah. You're having a blast? Good. God, what a good boss fight. Look at this massive, massive room. We would basically just like run up onto these pipes and then disengage backwards and everything like that. Did they, Okay, yeah, you were fine. Pretty sure we just burned in time. But yeah, you basically go up on these pipelines. I'll just show you. I'm just gonna go up anyway. Screw it. They would drop you down here, and you'd have to choose which of the weapons that you were gonna kill while you're on the conveyor belt. I mean, there's no way I kill it, right? Yeah. You'd have to like kill it in time and then like jump off, get back on the platform. We had so much of our progress get stopped by just people falling off the platforms and everything and not being able to jump properly. Yeah. You guys hear that like saw weak aura that I have every once in a while on live? That actually comes from this boss fight where they didn't really have good indicators of if somebody was being targeted by a saw blade or not, and so there was the weak aura that was just, hey, you're targeted by a saw blade, go move, you know. Yeah. I actually progged on that fight twice. Yeah. Yeah, I played that. Play this game a lot. Back him up. You're a ridiculous amount. I was like, oh, I finished the raids here. Time to go progress again. Oh my god. Did the fight already start? Oh, no. Wasn't Kovac the guy that we fed? Right? This was always really cool that you had like a weekly rotation. Yeah. Struck him down in his prime. Rest in peace, Kovac. It was great. It was especially nice because there's no other like backing for the Klaxi. Like, yeah, we literally like just learned about him, kind of thing. And then it still actually made you like care and be invested about it, you know? Kovac, no. What'd that do? Summon an immature showing to fight at your side for 40 seconds. Wow. Like, we will meet again, and they're just all dead. But they're friendly corpses now. Yay! So all of that bronze I spent earlier on prismatic gems, I've basically earned back. The panda event, I do. I'm not really like taking it super seriously. I'm not like trying to be super juiced and super powerful. And just, I don't know. Go in, get my rewards, have fun with it. I have almost all the transmogs I want now. I just need to get a couple mounts I'll be chilling. I think a lot of people really, really, really want to do world activities to increase the power of their character, and that's something that's kind of missing from WoW right now. Like regular retail WoW, you can't really like do world activities, get stronger. And so I think this actually just like very much scratches the itch, you know? And yeah, I think Blizzard's like pushing the limits of like diminishing returns, basically, where they're like, how much testing do we need to do before we put out the content? Because we want to put out content faster, you know? And so if we spend less time play testing, we can make more content, right? And so I think they're really like pushing the limits, and I think they went over the limit, obviously, on this event with all the nerfs and stuff they've been doing. But it seems like they're worrying more about pushing content out faster, kind of deal. But I think it's a good idea. You know, you can have good ideas that are not like perfectly executed, though. You know, I think that's the important part. Druid, Monk, Shaman just switched to Shadow Priest to Holy, running M0, feeling nice. Yeah, Holy feels great this season, dude. Biggest way to know what's wrong is let people break it. It is, but it's really annoying having a lot of changes going on all at once, right? It's really, really annoying when there's like such frequent changes and crazy things going on. Yeah. Reaper AoE can put Garrosh in combat and reset him. Huh. Easy way to get rid of the meta items, yeah. And never alone.
So, you wish to face off against a real orc warchief.
Get him. Oh my god, Thrall's only got 4 mil HP. Garrosh has 200 mil. Come on, man. You never stood a chance. Go grind more boars. Where's the Iron Stars? He's gonna suck the heart. It's crazy how they designed this fight because they couldn't make health numbers go high enough, and so they just made him heal over and over and over again. Yeah. Basically, their like engine or whatever at the time just couldn't solve the problem. They couldn't make numbers go higher. And it was like the highest they could go. And so like, yeah, well, fuck it, just make him heal a bunch. Yep. That's the thing. Power really got out of control in this expansion. Like player power. Oh yeah, I think he keeps his health, and then he starts this regular phase. You actually don't get him that low in that phase we were just in, and then you have to like deal with mechanics. You gotta dodge these iron stars which go across the room and stuff like that. Right? Actually, no, that's only phase 1. This you just stack and kill the desecrated weapon though. Stack, kill desecrated weapon, kill MC people. It works. Oh fuck. He had a mark of arrogance on him from Mock Duck, and yeah. he goes full abomination. And then heals again, and then we go final phase. Actually, no, we don't have final phase here. Duh. Yeah. 32-bit woes, yeah. Well, it's come a long way. A long, long way. Rest in peace, Garrosh. He dies. How the fuck did he go back in time? So he's actually not dead. They just lock him up. He is, yeah, you can see it in the tooltip in the bottom right. It says he's unconscious, even though it says dead. So they lock him up, and then they're gonna have him on trial for war crimes, etc. And then some like rogue bronze dragon breaks him out of prison, and then he starts Warlord Strainer. Yeah. We're nearly back to the same numbers in DF. Oh yeah, yeah, 100%. Spoilers. Yeah, sorry, my bad, my bad, my bad. And Green Jesus ends it in WAD. That's right, man. That's right. More spoilers.
You disappoint me, Garrosh.
Yeah.
You are not worthy of your father's legacy.
Just beat the bejesus out of him.
His punishment is not for you alone to decide.
I won't let you take him.
We have all suffered from his atrocities. My people, more than any other.
And you execute
Let
him.
him stand trial in Pandaria. There, we will mete out justice for all.
Let's all kill him.
Look at them. Already they plot against us. Seize this moment, Varian. Dismantle the Horde.
Guardsmen!
Ooh. This was a pretty big moment.
What are you doing? What a king must do. I will speak to your war chief.
Dun dun dun.
I speak for the Horde. Very well. The Horde has committed heinous crimes, Vol'jin. But some among you fought against Garrosh's tyranny. For that, I am willing to end this bloodshed. But know this. If your Horde fails to uphold honor as Garrosh did, we will end you.
Dun dun dun. And you know, they don't give Vol'jin another word. Well, you know. Varian Enthrall. Oh, dude, that's what you gotta do. Man, if I was in charge, I'd be like, oh yeah, let's get some voice actors in. Plus me as the main character. Hell yeah. And Vol'jin died to a trash mob. True. What can you do, man? What can you do? I have nothing to say to you, Pandaren. Your people have a lot to answer for. We do? What? What? What did I do? What do my people do? Way to go. I know, man. I know. Done fucked up. Done fucked up. My people. I have nothing to say to you, Pandaren. Yeah, all just a bunch of racists. Yeah. Alright, no, so do you. Tuh. Tuh. And we didn't when Sylvanas attempted genocide, Horde are the actual bad guys. See, it's a good thing Varian wasn't alive, because then he would have ended the Horde, you know? Yep. Time for a new direction. Vol'jin will take us there. In many ways, he did not want this responsibility, but I think that will make him a better leader. Ah, they're doing Throne of Thunder after. Where am I? Oh. Where is the Infinite Bazaar here? Okay, next quest turn in. We're at 73,000 bronze. So are people spending more bronze than they would spend on cosmetics on their gear upgrades? I think they have to be, right? Much more? Yeah, I don't know. That's just like so weird to me. 38,500 bronze per full round of gear upgrades. So one piece takes 38,000? Or 385,000 per 10 slots you're upgrading? Gets wiped, you don't really need to get anything from being geared. Oh, I know. Well, like that kind of proves my point, though. Like, I guess maybe it's THD's point. That people really do want to have gear grinds. They want to have, like, outdoor grinds to increase their player power. Because people are still doing these grinds even if they get wiped, you know? 20 days of daily grinding, all the dailies, just to finally feel the power they promised. I don't know, I'm not too, like, worried about the power, personally. Yeah. Yeah, that's the interesting thing, right, Dylan, is like, I totally get your perspective, and that's kind of mine as well, where I'm like, yeah, I wouldn't mind doing these outdoor grinds if it was, like, carried over into the season and all of that. You know, if it's making M+ keys progressively easier or whatever, right? But then things just kind of get reset here, so I'm not really too worried about it. Have a nice cold front to cover your crappy healers. True. Very, very true. Lovely new alts and doing the 40k bronze quest. Yeah, that is true. You basically just get a mount every single time, don't you? Yeah. Where is that portal?
Reporting for duty.
I don't think the gear is going to be that good, will it? Oh, fuck. Nope, 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 nope. I'm just gonna XP bonus off the rip and then you can add more. Yeah, that would've been nice. Would've been really nice.
Hi Jack Q, my boy, Blue Dust in the Wind.
My dude, how you doing, Gucci? Thank you for the 71 months. The gear you get for retail does not really matter. I would prefer the cosmetic farming. The gear upgrade was not shared currency. Yeah, it is weird having to choose between both. I definitely agree with that. Definitely agree with that. Thing is, what's probably gonna happen is we're gonna get ported over to live in like pretty crappy eye level gear, and then they're gonna kick off a like special event to help gear all those characters, and then that'll carry over into the new expansion. Yeah. All right, let me run to the bathroom quick. 1 sec and heat up some food real quick. Be right back. 440. Yeah, exactly. So like not that good. BRB. All right. Get summoned again. Let's go. Can't find the blue post now. I'm pretty sure the gear is gonna be bad. If I had to guess, I'd say the gear is gonna be bad. Holy crap, Ty! Thank you for the 3 gifted to Nyamis, Petyo, and Charwi. Hey, give him some love, guys. Thank you so much. Oh my god, I'm dying. What am I dying to? Why am I dying? A nice snack. I got some chicken and mac and cheese. Oh my god, it's snakes. I'm just gonna bring these snakes along the entire time. Great combo. Yeah, I want to find a good recipe for making mac and cheese at home. Brought in around pre-patch time? Yeah. That's what I'm saying is like, basically when this event ends, we get pre-patch, and then with the pre-patch event, that'll be how you gear those characters. Yeah. I know, I need to, Jen. Touchpad sent me one, but it also was like a lot of work. It was like adding roux or making a roux and all kinds of other fancy stuff. I was like, kind of empty stands, you know. You right, John. You right. Canned evaporated milk in your cheese of choice, you know? Well, the thing is, I want to meal prep it, Cini, and he was kind of describing how with the roux, it starts separating when you store it, and then you'd have to like be adding milk to put it all back together again, I guess. Seemed like scary stuff. Yay! Off today? Thanks, man. It's pretty nice that just basically one person is clearing the entire raid for us and we're all just along for the ride. Yeah. Animus yet. So that's where my last group got stopped. Yeah. So hopefully our boy here can just destroy everything for us. Strongest guy getting a BI and Tireless Spirit and then chilling. Yep. Which one's Tireless? Oh, yeah, this one. Killing you, bud. Get him! The Thunder King. No. Oh yeah. I miss the snails, man. It was fun gripping people into snails just to get them murdered. In-game, of course. Current favorite healer? Maybe Holy Priest. Yeah. Feeling the best this season. This feels a little bit weaker than I was expecting. And not even a single turtle. Spotted the guy and follow an AFK during trash. Yup. Punching them real good. $6.4 million DPS in your LFR. Holy shit. Were you frog farming? Just like farm it up later. Gong. Get the minus farm. I don't mind frog farmers. If anything, I want them in your groups. Yeah. Yeah, it just makes it easy. Because Because honestly, if you had to like prog these fights, I think a lot of people would not play the game mode. You had to like really, really like deeply prog encounters. I don't think most people would have the patience for that. Hell, I don't think people really have the patience for it, you know, even on live, right? See, remakes only is a way to get some transmogs. Yeah, I totally get that. So what are M plus affixes next week? Is it next week big push week or something? Storming, bursting. Oh, let's go. Yeah. We'll probably be doing live keys all week. Enjoying the pusheroo. I'll probably also start the Preservation Evoker stuff, too. To see if I can get him into like a normal raid or something like that on Tuesday. Normal heroic, start getting him some gear. Whoa. Alright, it's nail time. Yeah, I think our plan for preservation is I want to install Grid 2 and mess around with that. I also want to try out Cell. I think I'm going to try out Cell first, and I want to compare like the big 3 raid frame add-ons and just kind of see how they all feel. Saying up is brain melting. I think it's having a larger impact on my FPS than I'd like to. So I want to see how like Cell and Grid 2 vary by comparison, and see if they can still do the same things that I want to do with Voodoo. That's the other side of it. See, res? I can't. Unfortunate. There's like spiders and shit coming after me. Fuck. Our carry friend, please help. Help versus the spiders. I am trapped. I am a webbed victim. Wait, we're free? Yes, snap to us. Yes. Snapping is alive and well. we pretty much lost everybody running through that trash setup. Enhanced raid frames to adjust the range gray out, but I guess that might not be enough. I think for me, what I am really going to be looking for is going to be looking for the bouquet kind of feature, so I can like stack multiple buffs or debuffs and be able to like see all the things that I want to see. And boss dead. I gotta scrap some gear. Bronze check 77,000. Oh yeah, this part was really annoying because these guys would knock you back. Yeah. Wait, knock me to the right direction? Ah. Don't worry, I got it, I got it. Boop. Yay. All right, here comes the real boss. Oh, actually, after this one, we have what, Primordius? Yeah. This is the closest. Before I got my first cutting edge, I think my guild got to twin consorts. Actually, yeah, we killed twin consorts, and then we kind of had like a week or two left to work on Lei Shen, and we were like, yeah, we're not killing that shit in a week or two or whatever it was, and then we just chilled. That was the closest I'd gotten, because I was playing with like a friend group for a really long time, like Dragon Soul up to this point, so well over a year, and we were on like a 10-man squad, and we actually got really far. It was really cool. It was really cool how like good the group got, and over the course of a year of like just playing together and stuff. It was tough. How did he die? 11 and 13 in HFC. Nice. That was what, killing like Zolharak, Zakun, those guys. What was the one before Manaroth? Oh yeah, Tyrant Valari. That was a tough fight too. It's like a big room and also lots of it's like a really big room, but then also a lot of where are we going? Oh. Wait, where are we going? What are you guys doing? Wrong way? That's where we came in at. Yeah. Yeah. Tyrant Valari, if I remember right, was like a big heal check. Hey, Paravel, thank you for the 11 months. Summon Combat Rogue, yes! Good old Combat Rogue. Oh. And fear? Nope, immune to fear. They have no fear. All right. It all comes down to whether Mach can kill everything for us or not. Sage, thank you for the 5 months. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. We did it! Somehow! Woo! Easy. We did it! Oh, God. Oh, they give you even the greater bronze cash for it, too. Nice. Spent an hour there last night. Yeah, just get carried. Smile. Yeah, they really... I'm pretty sure, like 90% sure, that it used to be that you could just AoE him natty, and then they changed it, like, after the world first race or something like that, that you actually had to do it properly. I'm pretty sure that's how it was. But yeah, I don't remember. I have a screenshot somewhere. I'm gonna have to see. Maybe it's in my other computer. But I have a screenshot. Back in MOP, they would actually show the like skeleton corpses for a long period of time. It took a really long time for the skeletons to like despawn if you died. And I had a picture of our first kill on Iron Con, and it literally was just this entire area covered head to toe in skeletons from like a 4-hour raid night. We killed it on like the last pull of the night, or we put in like overtime or something like that.
Grant me wings of flame.
Big Siege title this morning. Remix been a blast. That's great. Did you just like get into a group and everybody was one-shotting bosses? Are people like selling boosts? Surely they are, right? Yeah, what are they selling it for? I guess gold, right? They give them retail gold. $2 mil retail, dang. Very welcome to change of pace from M+ keys and retail and join the mode so much. Good. Yeah, I'm liking that there's like an alternative for me when the M plus week is really bad of like things to do, you know. They have a lot of buyers too. Oh, I bet they do. Yeah, I bet they do. Hand over fist for them right now. I believe it. 8 buyers or runs. Whew. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, I imagine Echo could probably charge more than 2 mil as well. But yeah, I mean, all you need is, you know, a handful of like really, really well geared gamers, and then just pop off and one shot some bosses. Rinse, repeat. Sounds fun, but honestly, I don't really have that much desire of like going omega hardcore on this game mode. Especially when it's only been out, what, a week and a half? Get gear for one run at M2 for the count-wide title, and then your all's for bronze. Good enough? Yeah. Totally get that. Yeah, I don't know. With the push week next week, I probably won't play too much Remix, but I think that'll probably be my like eventual goal. I think with the bronze I have right now, which is almost 80k, I'll buy a couple of those mounts. And then after that, maybe I'll upgrade my gear and try to push through to a Mythic Sue run, you know? Storming and Bursting next week. Storming, Bursting, Fortified. Yeah, so we can push it up real big. Yep. Having Master Spell is gonna be clutch. A stack, I think. Who knows? Ow. Isn't it like if these lightnings get closer to each other, they deal more damage or something? Yay, that did work. Oh, I was waiting to see somebody get knocked off. Alright, I'm like 90% sure we soak these.
5.
My character's
4,
not looking good.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, that is the one that splits. Yeah, that's right. I knew there was one that you needed to stack in. Screw it, we just live at Natty anyway. Whoop! Oh, not close enough.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Alright, GSing myself, and we're fine. Ooh. That should give us our neck piece. This is all gonna mail to me. At an Animus go, we lost over half of the group, but our carry took care of everything. So I'd say it went quite well. Alright, where's my vouchers? Take me to the bazaar. Oh yeah, we gotta shred all our gear. Oh yeah, I can't scrap anything. Hang on. Where's my scrolls of summoning? Goodbye, scrolls of summoning. What up, kids? I'm sure my mailbox is full of stuff I gotta get. Alright. Any other gear? Thank goodness they gave us some maxed out bags for this. Oh man. Half Hill Farmer's Backpack. Oh, that's sick! Dude, I love that. Are these up for purchase as well? These appearances? I think I got that from like a quest line. Hey, how's it going, Bob? I am vibing, my dude. Doing a little bit of mop remix, and then next week we got a good pusheroo week, so we lots of fun things to do on retail. For now, just chilling. How are you? Where is the mailbox? Play Prison Remix, doing great. Love it. The heck? What's that in the mailbox? Recommend sockets remix for the Holy Priest still up to date. Are there changes? They should be auto updated. Yeah, there it is. It should still be good to go. I'm vibing, Kai. Ooh, I got the appearances anyway. I thought I had to like buy them or something. Lord, that's a lot of threads. These are all stamina threads, too. Yeah. I'm chilling. I'm really honestly just taking my time with Mob Remix. I'm not sweating over all of the things, you know. Should have my neck piece. I think it's in the mail somewhere. Or I just gotta buy it. I don't remember. I should have the achievement now. Alright, wear neck. What am I missing?
Underestimate the Isles.
Oh man, maybe I'm missing Mogashen Vaults, aren't I? Time Runner's Amulet. Yep. Damn. Okay. That shouldn't be hard to find though. Thought I had done it all. Didn't tag Animus? What? Now you're making me paranoid. Hold up. No, we got credit. Okay, it just Mogashen Vaults. Making me paranoid. I could have sworn I hit like a Holy Nova or something. I hit one of the little garbage mobs. So I know that's fine. Reload real fast. No. We're chilling. Okay, we're at 90k.
I hope you find these to your liking.
So didn't I get this arsenal? Secrets of the Abyssal Cult. And then if I want the Silk, the Landfall achievement with any time runner of any class. So I got the weapons. Okay, let me buy it real quick. 1 sec, guys. right. Perfect timing. Let's do this. Wasn't there... Okay, so I collected the staff. Oh, there's a staff. Staff of the Abyssal Cult. What does this look like? Is there some raid that also had a similar looking weapon? It looks like it's a... like a Venthyr weapon, you know? I swear it is. Let me see. So I think the rest of this should be... Everything that I bought should be gone from this. My, that does look pretty good. The rest of that, nah. Now that they buffed all the currency gains, it's actually wild how cheap these are. See, I actually could have sworn I had this one. I might as well buy it. Evokers, Hunters, and Shamans. This does look pretty good for a Shaman set. Let's do it. I swear I have this. Probably missing like one piece of it or something like that. See, now that they buffed everything, I'm actually not worried at all about wasting anything. Like, oh, I'll just earn enough. Where's the mythic guy? Elafar, that's normal. Is he inside with a quest? Yeah. Yeah, I don't get what they were cooking with this setup. Especially the helm. Helm kind of kills it for me. I haven't upgraded any of my gear. Yeah. I'm not like trying to sweat this up by any means. Taking it nice and casual like. Rogues, druids, monks. Yeah, I think that's about all the monks I want. Yeah, I got one more raid to do to get my neck piece. And then I guess dump bronze into gearing if I want to. Besides the... Yeah, what else would there be? Besides doing... Mythic Sue. Oh yeah, I guess I can complete the town-long steps. No, they fixed that. That one quest. I do want the Astral Emperor Serpent. I don't really care about the class ensemble. Yeah, doing the heroic raids would be good. I guess that's about it. And then some of these mounts. Wait, I have... Yeah, I was going to say, why are they presenting this as an option? I know I have this mount. 4K rep per daily, 10 charm turn-ins. How are you getting the... How are you farming the charms? Wait, yeah, I was going to say, I have a bunch of these. Do these guys fly? Here's a flying mount. Underneath, probably with bronze, gear upgrades, or buying cosmetics. I'm just buying cosmetics, honestly. Yeah. Because, like, as far as I see it, our power is going to get reset eventually, you know? And if anything, I think when Blizzard wants more people to log on and, like, play this game mode, they're probably just going to make it even easier to upgrade your gear. So, like, if I really was, like, super stressed, the way I view it is I'm going to play Mop Remix when M+ weeks suck, or I'm, like, tired of Mop Remix. Or I'm tired of retail, or there's something on like alpha or beta or whatever, you know? So I can always like take more time to farm more stuff, but my like primary objective of like getting the Mogs and some of the big mounts have been like met, you know? After this is just kind of like all gravy of like, oh yeah, it'd be cool to like get the Nalak mount or Horadon mount. Actually, I'm gonna buy 1 or 2 of these right now. After that, yeah, we'll see. Boom. 2 Onyx slot variants, the rest are a bonus. Yeah, like I want to go get the gold bonus, or the gold Elegon mount as well, you know? They speed shit up, at least lets you join heroic raids. That is true. That is true. Yeah, the gatekeep definitely sucks. Does it matter if I'm upgrading a blue or a green piece of gear? I don't think it does, right? Blue is the main stat, green doesn't. Oh. Oh, I didn't know that. It's character locked, yeah. Epic gives double secondaries, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, every little bit counts, right? Every little bit counts. Especially when people are gatekeeping heroic raids. Discounted upgrades are somewhat expensive, yeah. Oh, I believe it. Yeah, screw it. Let me just go around the horn, upgrading gear. Wait, so are people upgrading their gear and then it turns into epic gear? Or what's happening? Are they getting epic gear drops from heroic? You get it randomly? Oh, weird. I haven't gotten any. I gotta upgrade every single piece, don't I? Lame. And then I can go back? Okay. Oh, that's why. I was like, why is my audio cutting out? My earbuds coming unplugged. 2 epics randomly while leveling. After getting 360-ish, you get almost all the loot in heroic is epic. Got it. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's good to know. All right, well, I'm just gonna chill for now. Tomorrow we'll have a long stream and we'll slammer-am a whole bunch of retail keys. And then I'll get slamming on my Preservation Evoker, I'm sure. Maybe I'll see if I can rat it into a couple bosses or something, because we have a Myrdrasil, I think, this week. Yep. But if you haven't followed the stream already, haven't followed the YouTube already, be sure to do so. We're gonna have some more videos and much more content on the way, especially when beta comes out, which if it's not this week, it'll probably be next week. So we might have like a chill week of doing keys and everything this week, and then next week really pops off. TBD. I know, I'm sorry, we've been like kind of cooling down on streams and stuff lately, but we'll have some longer streams and things pick up again, I'm sure. I love you faces, guys. Have a lovely, lovely night, and I'll be back tomorrow. 1:30 Eastern? Maybe 2 Eastern. Yeah, 2 Eastern. Have a great night. Yeah. I'll make sure I post when the Quasi interview and everything goes out as well. Later, friends.